Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
Don't rap angry.
Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here totally whacked are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Look that crap up. Yeah, so the name of the show today is Beautiful Tragedy. And when I think about beautiful tragedy, it's like life. Life is a beautiful tragedy. That's where I get that from. Like it's like it's beautiful, but it's a tragedy. Like at the same time, it's like, we have such wonderful, great things in the world, but we can just look at it from a humans only perspective. Like you have great, wonderful humans that you come in contact with, you know, the kind of people who just brighten up your day, for no reason at all and for nothing in return. And then you've got people who do the opposite, who just, want to destroy you and your feelings or whatever, like your life, even take your life from you, even. And I think the world, like the earth is that, and I think the universe is that. It's both, I don't know. I guess it has to do with the balance of things, You wouldn't be able to appreciate the good without the bad. So you would need the bad to be able to appreciate the good. You don't know what's up without down. You don't know what's left without right. You have to have that balance, right? So, but I think that it's important for us to acknowledge the reality that life is beautiful, the world is beautiful, the universe is beautiful. It's like awestruck and beautiful. It's amazingly beautiful. It's like incomprehensibly beautiful, but it's also dark and dank and horrible at times. Like it, even if you look at nature, you're going to see examples of it. Like, so anyways, that's just the idea of a beautiful tragedy. I might come back to that, but that's the theme of the show today. What's going on? I got messages already. What's up? Glad you're here, bro. Thank you for the support all the time, man. He says some people suffer Some are privileged. Some people overcome the circumstances and thrive. It's like those people who are so privileged and they haven't gone through any strife or struggle. They don't even know their privilege. Like they don't even know the benefits that they're living through in their life. Like they you know they're going to suffer even within privilege because they haven't had any real suffering before. A lot of us that come from the struggle, we can really enjoy life. We can really enjoy it because we look around and we see we think about our childhood and the things that we went through in our childhood. Because I do it all the time. And I'm like, man, I remember living in a house with a hole in the roof. you know when it rained, the rain came in the house. Heating up your water in the microwave. I remember that kind of struggle. Like that's real deal Holyfield shit. So when I look around, the lights is on, the Wi-Fi is on, I got a washer and dryer. I remember when I used to have to walk to the wash interior to go wash my clothes. I didn't have a car and I didn't have a washer and dryer. And I literally had to, and I had a small child with no mom. So, and she was absolutely no help. I'm carrying all these bags and shit, and I got to keep her with me because I can't leave her. She's this little kid. And man, you talking about struggle. I remember catching the bus to go grocery shopping. You know what I mean? Having to carry groceries on the bus. There was no other way for me to do this. Like, if you guys ain't never been through anything like that, then maybe you can't sympathize. But me being able to freaking drive my car to the grocery store and pick up the groceries is a privilege and a treat, and I feel it, and I'm happy that I can do that. He said, "King and rats." I dealt with rats too. I lived in a house. We was on a we was at the back of the neighborhood, so it had like a railroad track behind it. It was like the last house, the last row of houses in the neighborhood, if y'all understand. And it was like a big, huge field going back to the railroad tracks. So yeah, so like this house had a problem with rats, and they would always find ways in, like no matter fucking what. And they would be running around in the fucking living room and shit. They'd be in the washrooms, geek, 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 like they having a party and shit. They wrestling and shit. Like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, man. Could not get rid of those things. Like, no matter what. That you set traps. That's where I learned about poison. You don't really want to poison rats because they'll go and they'll die in your wall. And now you've got this stench that you don't know where it's coming from, and you can't even get to it. Like that's the worst thing in the fucking world. That's the worst in the world. Like traps are much better because you trap them and then you can throw them out. But if you do poison, they'll go die somewhere where you can't find them and you just smell them and it's like, oh my god, it's the worst thing you ever want to go through. Smith said Fort Worth, Texas over here. H-Town. He says, yes, sir, it makes us stronger. Yeah, the struggle makes us stronger. I appreciate the struggles that I've been through because they help me realize the blessings that I do have. And my mom, my daughter's mom passed away when she was little, but it made us really, really close. Like, she's like my best friend or whatever. She could talk to me about everything because I don't never like make her afraid to share everything. Like she has an older brother from her mom, not for me. She also has an older brother for me, but from her mom, she has an older brother, and she can't even talk to him about stuff like because he kind of like reacts in a certain way. So like she can talk to me about things more than she can with like anybody else because I'm not gonna like straight up judge her or whatever. Like, so we're each other's rock. She kept me going. I think she's a good reason why I'm alive today. I really do. Like all the stuff I've been through, I don't know where I'd be right now if it wasn't for, because I had to stay strong. I had to keep it together. I went insane, I want to say, for a portion of my life. And I had to snap back to reality because I was looking at this child who freaking completely depended on me. And I was like, okay, Chaka, You gotta fucking get it together. You know what I mean? You guys to get it together. Stop tripping. Freaking get off that crazy shit and come back to fucking reality because this child needs you to be here. And that's what I had to do, man. So I don't know. It's give and take, good and bad with everything. What they say don't what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Says that's because you're smart. I don't know. They say when you go crazy and you come back from insanity that you have to be intelligent. Like you're gonna gain intelligence through that. Um, but you never all the way right. Like I'm a weirdo. Like and I don't fit in with anybody. And I think it's because of the stuff that I've been through and the way I think. I think totally different from others. So yeah, they don't understand me, but that's okay. They'll never understand me. They never been through what I've been through. They haven't seen what I've seen. You know, truly being able to see through people and situations, and truly being able to like find a way out, and no matter what, I can walk through the hood is hood, and feel completely comfortable, and I can walk through the bougiest party or whatever and feel completely comfortable. Well, I'm really not comfortable in either situation because I don't fit in anywhere, but what I mean is like I know the rules. I know what to do and what not to do or whatever, to not, have them attack me, if you will. Like I've never been robbed, ever. I've never been robbed. And I've been in the grimiest places, around the grimiest people, but I know the rules. I know about respect. I know how to move through the crowd. Like they're not gonna fuck with you. There's certain ways that you move that they're not gonna mess with you. And the same thing in the bougie scene. It's the same way because they'll attack you too, and they'll come at you too if you don't know the rules. Just have to know how to move through that crowd. Anyways, let's look at some headlines. I know y'all hear my voice, man. I've been fighting the cold, like kind of sucks. I was hurting last night. That's why I did short show last night. I feel a little bit better today. Freaking everybody in my job is getting sick. One of them got me. I feel better though. I never get all the way sick. That's another thing. Like I can't afford it. Like I have to pay my bills. No one's gonna help me pay my bills, so I have to struggle through it every time. I never take off of work. Never miss days. Don't matter how I feel. I mean, I have to be like dying to miss work because I'm gonna be thinking about those bills the whole time. Otherwise, I'm gonna struggle through it, and that's what I do. It really kind of keeps me healthy too. I think moving around is the best thing for me because that's the way I've been my whole life. Like gotta get out there, gotta grind, I gotta put it in. So when like if I sleep too much or if I don't move around enough, I start feeling sick. The best, and I noticed that about older folks. You notice that older folks, once they quit their job, a lot of times they pass away. Once they stop doing the stuff that they normally do, like if they go fishing all the time or they go working in their garden all the time or whatever, they like to build stuff, whatever it is. As soon as they stop doing that thing, they pass away soon after. It's really fucking sad. That's why putting people in old folks' homes, I do not agree with that shit. Like they're gonna be depressed. Their routines are gonna be different. They're not gonna be able to do things that they like to do. Let them live in their house, man. Now, if they need some help, they need some help. Come by, check on them, or get somebody to go to be there with them. But don't put them in an old folks' home because you just you just signed their life sentence. They're not gonna have much time left. Let's look at some headlines. It says fears of political violence are growing as the 2024 campaign heats up and conspiracy theories evolve. Experts on extremism fear that the threat of political motivated violence will intensify as 2024 presidential campaign heats up. Hey, that's without a doubt. Without a doubt, we got a crazy year coming. Crazy year. It's unpredictable. Ain't no telling what the hell's gonna happen. It's a can of worms. It's freaking Pandora's box has been opened. Ain't no telling what we're gonna see. It's gonna be crazy. So I said threat of politically motivated violence. We already got politically motivated violence related to Palestine Hamas conflict going on, you know. So I wouldn't be surprised if they throw some COVID in the mix, and then you got the election coming, and the Democrats are shooting themselves in the foot. Trump has this a like diehard fan club behind him who hangs on his every word and will just jump and run at his behest. And if he says the wrong thing, he can light up some shit. It's like there's a song, it's a rap song, and it's like he says, I'm the only one who could pull the trigger except for Snoop or something like that. I think it was a Kendrick Lamar song. And he was talking about like the hood and his power, his words power. And Trump has that kind of power. Like, I hope he realizes it, because if he says the wrong thing, he might just be joking or something. And someone's going to take that shit and they're going to run with it. And that's going to be dangerous. Who the hell knows what we got coming? We know Trump's going to be on TV every day. The damn Democrats going to be scrambling, trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do. I think we're headed to a Trump presidency, because I really don't see nothing else happening. I really don't see it. I don't see it. Biden is not strong enough, to win, and with the stuff that has happened recently, all the other stuff that happened hurt him politically, but this latest thing with the Palestine Hamas deal is the straw that broke the camel's back. I think that I don't see the Democrats recovering from this, and I could see Trump just rolling into the presidency. Now, there are some X factors, though, because if Trump does get locked up or something, then boom, there goes his deal. Somebody said they would vote for Trump if he's dead. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. So could he win from prison? I wonder. Yeah, but I think, hey, I'm not no Trump supporter. I'm not gonna go vote for the guy, and I'm not voting for Biden either. But it's looking like Trump is gonna steamroll his way into the White House, and then things gonna get even crazier once he gets in there. Let's see. Let's look at this article, because this is kind of interesting. Am I sharing? Fears of political violence are growing as the 2024 campaign heats up and conspiracy theories evolve. Is there a video? These are just photos. What is this? Envelopes with fentanyl. What are they talking about? Envelopes with fentanyl sent to election offices. I mean, I don't know what that's gonna do. I mean, get some people high? I mean, this people crazy. Fentanyl is killing people because of the overdoses or whatever, but you can't just touch this shit and fucking die. People think it's like that. You can breathe the shit and just die. I don't know, maybe if it was a whole bunch of dust or something, and you took like a whiff, like you was doing a line of coke, but what is that gonna do? Sending fentanyl in election offices? That's not I don't know what the hell that's gonna do. This sounds like some scare tactic type stuff that they're doing, and we're gonna see more and more news stories like this as the election year gains steam. It says,
and we are determined and we are passionate.
Hold on, my bad, y'all. It says election workers were back counting ballots in Washington State a day after an envelope containing powder shut down operations for hours. What ballots are they counting? And y'all know they're putting the fentanyl in everything. It's laced in everything. That's why the marijuana smells the way it does. It's different. I quit. It's been a year now since I've smoked, and and I did it for health reasons, but um, they're putting it's really cheap. That's the reason why they use it. You know, it's like this black tar shit they buy. They can get it shipped from China, and then they mix the shit up, and it's really really potent, like super potent, ridiculously potent. And it's everybody's addicted to it now. If you do any kind of drug, like if you pop pills, if you smoke weed, if you do cocaine, um, you name it, it's in it, and you're addicted to it now because it's that buzz that you're getting is it takes you there. It's it's extreme, it's fast, it's a heavy, it's a muddy ass, dirty ass buzz, like ugh, but it's in everything. So you're used to it now. And then like if you get something that doesn't have it, you're gonna be like, oh, it's not that fire or whatever or whatever. And you unknowingly gonna be looking for that shit because you're gonna go and get your stuff from somewhere else or whatever. And then when you take your stuff and then you're like, oh, that's what it's supposed to be. Little do you know it's because of that fentanyl. That's the reason why you're like, oh yeah, this is what I wanted. You don't even know. They got you addicted to this shit anyway. They're lacing it and everything. So yeah, and they're saying like it is an epidemic, but not everybody is dying. Like it's the overdoses. It's really really potent, and so like people who know their dosages, they don't know their dosage when it's laced with fentanyl. So they if that person that pushes the edge all the time for their dosage, like they know the limit to go right before dying. I mean, I don't know why anybody would do that, but that's how a lot of people live. They push it to that very edge, and they know where the edge is, where they can get ridiculously high without dying. But if it's laced with fentanyl, you push that edge, you're gonna be going past the edge you didn't know because it has fentanyl in it, and that's how people are dying, really.
They did their investigation and were able to notify us that, in fact, the envelope did contain trace amounts of fentanyl, similar to the envelope that we received in the August primary election. I'm happy to report that all of our staff are safe and sound. And after 3 hours of being evacuated, the team came back into the elections facility after, of course, it had been professionally cleaned, and resumed processing for this general election.
Says election offices in at least 5 states appear to have been targeted, including Washington, Oregon, Georgia, Nevada, and California. Is there a theme with these? Washington, Oregon, Georgia, Nevada, and California. All of those are Democratic states. Georgia, not really. Clue, maybe. Says 4 of the letters contain fentanyl. The FBI and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service reported in a statement. Just south of King County, election officials in Pierce County released pictures of the envelope and letter inside. End elections now. Stop giving power to the right. They don't have. We are in charge now, and there is no more need for them. Also, be aware your ballot drops are very susceptible to noxious chemicals like AMBL. They are unsafe to the public, just saying. Okay, so these are people that's trying to get people to not vote. This is another form of voter suppression, and I really wouldn't be surprised if there's some big wigs behind this. And then it says, stop giving your power to the right that they don't have. So then it's making it look like this is coming from the left, but I really wouldn't be surprised now that it was somebody from the right who is putting this in there. It's just opposites day, and that's just how things go. And like if you flip things the opposite, a lot of times that's going to be what it is. That's crazy though. And I think it will work. It's going to scare people away from freaking voting. And I think that's what their point of doing. That's fucking shit.
It's certainly saddening to know that folks want to cause us harm. And I think we all know here, though, they're intentionally trying to break us break us enough to stop elections, and that's not going to happen. It quite frankly did the opposite. It lit a fire underneath us. We are resilient and we are determined and we are passionate about the work, which is nonpartisan election administration, counting your ballot.
This, though, goes to show you that there are some crazy people out there who will go to any extreme to disrupt, interrupt fair, open, transparent elections in our country, and specifically here in Fulton County. It's my personal belief that this is just probably a forerunner to what we can be prepared for in 2024.
Yep. So he said, this is what we're going to be prepared for, more and more of this fucking craziness. I think he's right. What is this thing doing? Let me read some comments. I'm missing some comments here. He says, they swear they can trick us. We just have to stay our course. Yep. Says Puff Daddy cut the check for a bunch of crap yesterday. I talked about it a little bit on the show yesterday. I don't really like to cover pop culture stuff, but that one's a big story. And yeah, I saw today, somebody said it was 50 million. Nobody really knows what the number is, but somebody came up with a number saying it was 50 million that he paid her to drop that case. So that's crazy. She did the suit one day. The very next day, she dropped the suit. He probably hit her up and was like, how much? We know this is about money. How much? She probably threw a number out there and he doubled it. Now, shut the hell up and don't talk to nobody about nothing. This is over. Cream. He says bioterrorism. Yep. That's what we got going on. He says they put meth in letters to prison. Ooh. Says look up Chris Farley death photo. I can't share that, but yeah, that was a drug overdose death, right? Says no mask, 50 million. Damn. He says she still got puff diseases. Man, and like I was saying in the show yesterday, it's like if you're rich, it's like your family, everybody's gonna be like, just take that man's stuff like shit. If he want to do whatever to you, he want to take advantage of you, he want to treat you like whatever, you better take that shit. This is your chance to get rich. And the rest of us are gonna get rich too. Bitch. You gotta do whatever he says. And I think that's so terrible. It's like pimping out your damn child, you know. And like people care more about money than anything else. And when she says she was abused, I believe her 100%. She says that he was taking it. I believe her 100%. You know, no telling the length of the stuff that was going on. I mean, the music industry, Hollywood is we know is terrible. So when when you got such a powerful person, she was 19 years old at the time when they started dating too, supposedly dating, you know, and that's how it goes. I mean, like you just buy a person nowadays, like, you know, more power to him, I guess. You know, she's a beautiful chick. Like, you know, I can see why he would be attracted to her or whatever. And so, but this guy, he's right now really popular. You know, everybody knows he has that side chick, whatever her name is. And like, she fucking, you know, she's a really beautiful chick too. Like, and the girl that he's with is down for it. It's like, I guess that's why I was disrespected in my relationships, because I didn't make enough money, huh? It's like, that's what it's all about. People only respect money. It's like, you know, depending on your freaking income level, then they're gonna respect you and you can do whatever you want or whatever. But if you ain't making like whatever amount, then they're not even gonna respect you because you're not respectable because you don't make enough money. What happened to integrity and character? What happened to freaking a family, like a household or whatever? Like, you know, man, woman, and child. What happened to us working together and building something? Like, all that shit is out the window now with this fucking new generation. It's so much bullshit. It makes me angry. Fucking bullshit. So what am I gonna do then? I'm gonna get my money right, and I'm gonna freaking give me a young chick too. How about that? And I'm stunting on all my exes. How about that? I wanted to look at this article. It went to that video. So let's read this. By Alice Winston and Michael Kunzelman, November 18th, 2023. I don't know why they played that video. It's not even related to the story. It says, the man who bludgeoned former U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, and the screen flips, with the hammer last year, consumed a steady diet of right-wing conspiracy theories before an attack that took place with the midterm elections less than 2 weeks away. As the 2024 presidential campaign heats up, experts on extremism fear the threat of political motivated violence will intensify. From Pizzagate to QAnon and to Stop the Steal, conspiracy theories that demonize Donald Trump enemies are morphing and spreading as the front runner for the 2024 Republican nomination aims for a return to the White House. So, Stop the Steal, QAnon, Pizzagate. Now, this Pizzagate thing went way deeper than what they were saying that it did or whatever. I would say the QAnon shit is crazy, but Stop the Steal has some merit to it also. So, I don't know. They love to say everything's a conspiracy theory. Everybody's a conspiracy theorist. We're all crazy. They love to put you in that box. So it's like, oh, Pizzagate, it's like fake news. Oh, QAnon, fake news. Oh, you one of those Stop the Steal people or whatever. It's a way to freaking silence you. It's a way to marginalize you. It's a way to make you like illegitimate. You know, some of the stuff is crazy. I would say that, but there is some truth in this stuff too. Like it wouldn't capture so many people if there was no truth in it at all. And it's another way to sweep stuff under the rug too. Like with the Pizzagate thing, there was a lot to that, and you know now no investigations or whatever going in that direction because they just called it Pizzagate. Crazy people. So the people that was doing that stuff and are doing that stuff or gets to continue to do it. And if you say something about it, then they're gonna say you're a Pizzagate conspiracy theorist person. Let's read this. It says, no longer are the conspiracy theories and very divisive and vicious ideologies. Why can't I talk? Separated at the fringes, said Jacob Ware, a research fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations who focused on domestic terrorism. They're now infiltrating American society on a massive scale. On a federal jury on Thursday convicted David DePape of attacking Paul Pelosi at his San Francisco home on October 28, 2022. Before the verdict, DePape testified that he intended to hold Nancy Pelosi hostage and break her kneecaps if the Democratic lawmaker lied to him while he questioned her about what he viewed as government corruption. She was in Washington at the time of the assault. In online rants before the attack, DePape echoed tenets of QAnon, a pro-Trump conspiracy theory that has been linked to killings and other crimes. A core belief for QAnon adherents is that Trump has tried to expose Satan-worshiping, child sex trafficking cabal of prominent Democrats and Hollywood elites. The part about that is crazy is thinking that it's just the Democrats, okay? And as far as attacking Nancy Pelosi and breaking her kneecaps, like, what do you think you're going to accomplish by doing that? Let's say, you know, all of your thoughts about Nancy Pelosi is true, but do you think that things are going to change after that? Like, you know, let's say you took Nancy Pelosi out. So is the government going to change? Things are going to change. They're going to start suddenly passing policies that you agree with or whatever and fix the United States because Nancy Pelosi is out of the picture. Like, that's where you're crazy, okay? You know, there is corruption and Nancy Pelosi's name is all up in it. But, you know, it's much deeper than that. Like, Nancy Pelosi is not the one, like, alone. Like, you move her to the side and things roll right on the same. You haven't accomplished anything. Trust me, the corruption will continue. You have to go at it in a different way. That's really like not very thoughtful to go at it in that way. You're not going to accomplish anything but get yourself in jail or killed. It says Trump has amplified social media accounts that promote QAnon, which grew from the far right fringes of the internet to become a fixture of mainstream Republican politics. Many rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021, espoused QAnon apocalyptic beliefs online before traveling to the nation's capital for Trump's Stop the Steal rally that day. A message board formerly known as Donald.Win was buzzing with plans for violence days before the siege. See, here goes another thing. So this is coming from AP, and I like to read AP because it's like usually just like, I mean, you got propaganda and everything, but AP tends to, just give you the information. But right here it says, many rioters who stormed Capitol January 6 exposed QAnon apocalyptic beliefs online. So I guess that's true. He said many rioters. I guess I was thinking something different. It says before traveling to the nation's capital for a Stop the Steal rally that day. So, but, they said many rioters. So that's like kind of leading, but yeah, not everybody that was at that rally were QAnon folks. You know what I mean? So, anyways, they did word that properly, I guess. They said many. So many could mean anything, whatever, but they weren't all that. It was a mix of people. It says before QAnon, many Trump supporters embraced the debunked Pizzagate conspiracy theory that prominent Democrats were running a child sex trafficking ring out of Washington's Pizzeria non-existent basement. In 2017, a North Carolina man was sentenced to prison for firing a rifle inside the restaurant. Yeah, they wasn't talking about a non-existent basement. They're talking about tunnels, and they do have tunnels going through Washington, D.C., if you didn't know, all through the city. And they pop up in random places. And they were saying that restaurant was one of the places that those tunnels pop up into. So that could be true, and them not having a basement could be true too at the same time. It says in his 2024 campaign, Trump has ramped up his combative rhetoric with talk of retribution against his enemies. He recently joked about the hammer attack on Paul Pelosi and suggested that retired General Mark Milley, a former Joint Chief of Staff chairman, should be executed for treason. It says threats against lawmakers and election officials are rampant, with targets spanning the nation's political divide. A California man awaits trial on charges that he plotted to kill Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, a Trump nominee, at his Maryland home. So you can see it's coming from both sides here. So that's what they said, is spanning the political divide. So you have the person who attacked Nancy Pelosi, who's a Democrat, and then you had somebody who was plotting to get at Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who was on the other side. And people want to say Supreme Court justices aren't on one side or another. Wake up and smell the coffee. Like, I hope you're not that naive. Please don't be that naive. Why do most of why does it come to 5-4 like on like everything, and the same 5 people on that side and the same 4 on that side? Don't lie to yourself. It says Trump's loss to Democrat Joe Biden in the 2020 election did not end the spread of QAnon influenced conspiracy theories and its unrealized prophecies. The leaderless movement, ever-changing ideology, often adopts beliefs from other conspiracy theories. It's been really good at evolving with the times and current events, said Shaheen Kane, data collector manager for University of Maryland-based Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Response to Terrorism. In a 2021 article, Kane and START senior researcher Michael Jensen examined QAnon-inspired crimes committed by 125 adherents since the conspiracy theory originated on the 4chan image board in 2017. They found that more extremist offenders were connected to QAnon than any other extremist group or movement in the United States. In 2020, millions of people were radicalized on behalf of this conspiracy theory. It's really hard to tell who is going to mobilize on behalf of a conspiracy theory, King said. You better believe that these people are watching y'all too, so y'all better be careful because, them talking about it in this article tells you that they're looking at this, you know, and they're thinking about this, and they're worried about people, you know, political violence. So you may have a VPN, you may have some random ass picture on your social medias or whatever, but they are tracking you, they are watching you, and a lot of times they probably know exactly who you are. Okay, so like, don't think that they don't. You know what I mean? Like, that's a real thing. Like, you know, the media or people might be saying, okay, well, conservatives aren't the ones who do this, it's Antifa or whatever. But you better believe that the FBI, CIA, whoever, the police that are watching this stuff, they're looking at both sides. They're looking at everybody, okay? Anyone that could be on that, and it's so many that could be right on the edge of, you know, quote unquote radicalized, that they're looking at them and they're just like, they probably have algorithms that stuff that you said or whatever and come out with a score that determines how likely you are to do something. So, and if you score high on that, then they're going to be watching you really, really, really closely. So the moment you go and try to do something, they're going to pop up right there, you know? Yeah, don't be that guy, you know, that gets killed behind, you know, this situation. Because if you think the cops are going to be on your side, don't, you know, because their job is to protect property. Their job is to protect power, you know. And these people that are in the Democrats and the Republicans, both sides, they are in powerful positions, and the police job is to protect them, and they're going to do that. It says DePappy, the Paul Pelosi attacker, testified that his interest in right-wing conspiracy theories started with Gamergate, an online harassment campaign against feminists in the video game industry. Beginning in 2014, misogynistic gamers terrorized female game developers and other women in the industry with threats. Brianna Wu, one of Gamergate's original targets, says she wasn't surprised to hear it linked to a political motivated attack nearly a decade later. Wu said Gamergate emerged from the same online recesses that spawned far-right conspiracy theories such as Pizzagate and QAnon. This is a pattern of radicalization that we've seen over and over and over in every single bit of politics, Wu said. This is not a right versus left issue. This is a radicalization issue that is happening online. We need a policy response. It says DePappy testified that he went to Nancy Pelosi's home with plans to interrogate her about Russian interference in the 2016 election. He said he intended to wear an inflatable unicorn costume while recording it and then upload the video to the internet. So this dude did all of this for some damn clicks? What the freak? DePappy allegedly told authorities that his other targets included a women's and queer studies professor at the University of Michigan. He told jurors that he heard about the professor while listening to a conservative commentator. DePapp's spiral into conspiracy theories is a textbook tale of radicalization, according to experts on extremism, who say that the mainstream of false, bigoted, and harmful ideas on radio shows, cable news, social media, websites, and other public online forums has made them far more accessible. The problem is exacerbated by lax content moderation on social media and growing conspiracy creating cottage industry looking to use extreme rhetoric to cash in their widening audience, said American University professor Brian Hughes, Associate Director of Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab. This right here, where they said the problem is exacerbated by lax content moderation, that sounds scary to me because, like, we're in the age of censorship, like, big time. Like, they're censoring left and right, left and right, left and right, and people are justifying it. So whenever you let them censor someone that you don't want to hear, the next time they're going to censor you. You have to, like, stand for that freedom of speech thing, even when it's something that you don't want to hear or something that you don't agree with or whatever. Now, if somebody is doing something malicious as far as hurting people, that's different. But if it's just whatever, you know, them saying stuff that you don't agree with and you okay with them censoring it. And that's the reason why we're not getting any good news. That's the reason why we don't have good journalism. That's the reason why the internet is heavily filtered and this is the direction we're going in. So if you start saying the problem is exacerbated by lax content moderation on social media and growing conspiracy theory creating cottage industry, it's like, so they're gonna say, okay, well, we need to go in here and clean up the internet and block it and block everyone who says stuff that we don't agree with. So power, the only thing that you're gonna see on the internet is fluff and garbage or stuff that is condoned by the powers that be. Anything that's pushing for revolution or change is gonna get pushed down. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Am I losing y'all? Let's go ahead and finish this article. It says some of the people in that wide audience are going to be people like DePape, who are intentionally going to commit an act of violence based on this false and harmful information that they've been served, you said. Conspiracy theories are alluring by design, driving some who are susceptible to them to completely immerse themselves, said Amarnath Amarasingam, an extremist researcher and professor at Queen's University in Canada. DePape testified that before the attack, he frequently played video games for hours on end while listening to political podcasts. So this guy really doesn't have a damn life. Like, I wish I could play video games for hours on end. Like, I don't have time to do that. Like, what kind of life do you have if you're a grown ass man and you can play video games all damn day? Like, how do you pay your bills? Like, what do you do that's creative? Like, what are you doing that's feeding your mind or whatever? Like, you know, what are you doing that's positive and creative? Like, find something to do with your life. See, that's the real problem with these people. They got an empty ass life and they find purpose with this bullshit. Go find something to do, bro. Go grow something. Go build something. Go make something. Go help somebody. How about that? There's a lot of people out here that need help. You got all day to play video games. You got time to help somebody, to do something that improve the world. You want to be looking at Nancy Pelosi and saying that she's doing whatever she's doing. What are you doing to actually help the world? Like, who are you helping? You know, you can impact your neighborhood. You can impact your area. Find somebody who needs some help and help them. But no, you'd rather go bust somebody's kneecaps, which ain't gonna help anybody, but land your ass in jail. Fucking got too much time on your hands. It says repeatedly hearing that the political opponents or government leaders are responsible for evil acts give believers a scapegoat for their troubles and a moral mission to do something about it. American election years are often characterized by violence, said Ware of the Council of Foreign Relations, whether it's hate crimes in response to a particular candidate's identity or violent reactions to unfavorable results. So we should absolutely expect such incidents in 2024, he said. Trump's return to the ballot next year, as well as his current legal balance, are sure to amplify politicized rhetoric and could drive more extremism violence. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What? Is it a video that I skipped over in here? I don't know. It says warning contain graphic images. Yeah, we don't want to share that. Anywho, yeah, political year coming around. You can expect violence. Just don't be that guy that goes to jail or gets killed because you didn't let somebody freaking wind you up. Don't let nobody wind up. Put the power pack on your back and let you go out there and do their bidding, and while they sit on the couch and watch your shit watch you on television as you get killed or locked up. Just don't be that guy. Please. Dude, these people do not care about you. You're a tool to them. They're using you. need to play a video because I need a break from my voice. Let's do this. Oh, I don't want to do that. Superbugs. Okay, let's do that one.
Microbial resistance is a long way of talking about superbugs. That is to say, infectious diseases, whether it's bacteria, which I'm talking about mainly, but viruses, fungi, who, when exposed to treatments, become resistant to those treatments. So they're superbugs. They're difficult or untreatable. The face of AMR is very difficult to find because you don't get doctors and nurses saying, oh, your aunt died of AMR or a superbug. They say, your aunt died of pneumonia and it was difficult to treat. So somehow, to really galvanize people to move forward on this, we've got to find a face. Imagine living with cystic fibrosis, where you repeatedly get infections. Most of them get resistant infections. Indeed, a young woman I was very close to died just before Christmas last year with an untreatable infection in her lungs. She had cystic fibrosis. The latest data shows that if you're very strict about how antibiotics are used, both in humans and the food chain, you have much less AMR impacting within the health system and on patients, and fewer deaths. So it's no surprise that the worst cases are actually in sub-Saharan Africa. Did you know that 1 in 5 children under 5 who die because of untreatable infections? They die because of AMR. Meanwhile, India has the highest use per capita of antibiotics and the highest levels of AMR. So this is tragic for low and middle income countries while causing deaths in rich countries as well. It's about human health security, of course, but it's actually about the security of our food chains. We need antibiotics to treat sick animals, sick fish, ill plants, but we don't need them overusing either in the human sector or the food chain. And there's also environmental security that matters. We animals, whether we're humans, pigs, fish, whatever animals, pee or poo out over 80% of antibiotics. We're contaminating the environment in that way. Indeed, over the last decade, of 12 small companies that had interesting antibiotics, most have gone out of business. Only 5 are still there and struggling. So it's what's called by economists a market failure. We need industry and governments to focus on how to sort the market failure. We need the food chain to not use antibiotics for growth promotion and never to use medically critical antibiotics unless an animal's very sick. We need humans to have access to the drugs they need of high quality. And put all of that together with good laboratory diagnostics, and we will be a long way to mitigating AMR and saving lives.
Yeah, so to me, it sounds like the pharmaceutical industrial complex, like they don't really have an incentive to save lives. You know, they want to make money. So it's profit over people. As long as we have that model of profit above everything, then this is going to continue to be a problem. So the reason why the food industry uses the antibiotics so much is because they make more money, you know, by using and that's one of the main problems is they pump in the antibiotics in these in the cows and the chickens and so forth and so on. And you know, it makes it so we're getting it when we don't want it, and it makes it so it doesn't work when we need it, you know. So like I say, the profit model is the real problem in this situation, you know. And then the other part where she was talking about other companies coming out with new antibiotics getting smashed. So the other part is the monopolies, the major conglomerates. You know, they squash out any competition. They don't want any competition. They want to monopolize the market, and that makes it, you know, the market weaker. And this is what I'm saying all the time. It's like these monopolies aren't good for the market. Like the market seems like it's strong or whatever, but it's not when you have 1, 2, 3 companies that dominate every sector, you know. So it doesn't have vitality. It doesn't have you know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not able to adjust and make moves quickly and easily because it's this big, huge ass machine, you know. So it's not innovative, and it can't be when it's only 3 companies running each sector, you know. So these big companies need to be busted up. They can't have so much power, so which they squash out any competition. Competition is good, you know. It's good for us. It's good for the market too. It makes the market stronger. So yeah, just freaking like I say, they need to pass policy. They need policy to bust up these major conglomerates, and they need policy to make healthcare, you know, like they say, healthcare a human right. I mean, oh, those are crazy words to say, but if at least in the healthcare industry, it could be about people more than about money, then that will have a dramatic improvement on this situation. But I don't see none of that improving. We'll continue to go down this same road, and it'll get to the point where none of the main antibiotics that we use don't work, you know. Hopefully some kid in his basement, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of stuff out there. All we have to do is go into nature. You know, they were talking about the oceans and looking at, like, I saw this clip where they were showing these dolphins and they were rubbing themselves through these what is the word for it? It's a little poisonous plant. I want to say it stings you too or whatever, like. And they were purposely rubbing themselves through it, and they didn't know why on the show or whatever, but they had theories, and one of them was that it had antimicrobial benefits for the dolphin, and because, you know, they don't have to do that, and it's not necessarily a natural thing for them to do, so it's something that they learned. And if we look in the ocean, we probably could find some brand new antibiotics that'll work for us. Dolphins are mammals, so if it works for dolphins, there's a good chance it'll work for us. But again, you know, we need competition in the market for that to be the case. I want to read some of these. It says, Professor Dim Sally Davis, future counselor of future of tackling antimicrobial. She says, an initiative dedicated to finding new approaches. Oh, that was the end of it. It says, what do you have to say more? It was something in here I wanted to read because it said they didn't have an incentive. Superbugs caused by antibiotic resistance are rising threat. So this was Professor Dame Sally Daves who was talking in this video. I don't want to waste time, but I can't click through this for some reason. Why can't I flip through it? Screw it. Let's just read some comments. It says the UK Special Envoy on Antimicrobial Resistance explains how to tackle the growing crisis. It says every year, superbugs kill 1.27 million people. It says, but few of us know about the growing issue. I knew about this way back in the day, so this is not a new thing. Like, we've been going in this direction for a long time, actually. And they said that it could come a day. It's already getting to that point where it's like only one antibiotic left that works after the other ones don't work. And when that one doesn't work, then we're just automatically screwed. And people will just get a regular ass infection and mess around and die from it because the antibiotics don't work. Comments. It says, nothing you say means much while the population is slowly being poisoned and dying of cancer thanks to all the cancer-causing chemicals allowed in our food, water, and air. Yeah, and the part where she said about the pee and the poop going out there, and like most of the antibiotics, just we pee and poop it out, and then it goes into the environment. So we're polluting our environment with antibiotics. So then the plants soak it up, and then we eat it, and then it has less impact. Comment. It says, this has been known about for years. It has been caused by pharma and medics and their persistent overuse of antibiotics. Even if you don't take them on prescription, they are in the food and the water. Now here we are again, big pharma making billions, causing a problem, and then making even more money telling you how to solve it. I have reverse type 2 diabetes and NAFLD with keto and IF. People need to stop being so reliant on these drug dealers. Yeah, man. It's like your food is supposed to be your medicine, and it would be, except they got it pumped full of antibiotics and other freaking shit. I guess the answer is grow your own food. But then where are you going to get the water from? Because it's in all the water. You have to grow your own water too. It says, you mean because you've wrecked people's immune system with mRNA vaccines? Come on, bro. That's not what we're talking about here. It says superbugs created by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You guys got to look at reality. Like, some of this stuff is true, but you're not going to reach real conclusions when you say stuff like this. Like, so then what are we supposed to do then? Like, you know, it's hopeless if you're looking at it this way. You have to look at the facts and the reality of the situation so that we can come up with policies that really make a change. Yeah, I think I want to move on because one more comment. It says 80% of pharmaceuticals go to livestock globally so they can make it to our plates. Reduce meat intake for numerous other proteins would help a load. And that is true because a lot of the antibiotics are in the cows and other meat. They feed them those antibiotics. So you're getting it when you eat that meat. So if you skip that meat, then you're skipping a lot of the antibiotics. So hopefully they'll work for you when you get sick. It says, why are docs still dashing out antibiotics like candy with absolutely no regard for the impact of that person will have in the months and possible years after, particularly for children? Gut dysbiosis, immune dysregulation, mental health issues. I could go on, not to mention that even greater impact to society as a whole. Yeah, that's a real issue. Well, I'd like Doc or Pat or somebody to get in here tonight. Check this out. Intercept posted this. It says, Hillary Clinton is lying about the history between Hamas and Israel, by John Schwartz. It says, on Tuesday, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton published an opinion piece in Atlantic headlined, Hamas must go. Why does she believe this? The subhead explains, The terror group has proved again and again that it will sabotage any efforts to forge a lasting peace. The article is the latest chapter of Clinton's press tour following the October 7th Hamas terrorist attacks, including an appearance on the daytime talk show The View. Both in The Atlantic and on The View, Clinton explained why a ceasefire on Israel's current war on Gaza will be a terrible mistake, writes John Schwartz. Everything Clinton has said is part of a peculiar genre of self-defeating liberal propaganda on the topic of Israel-Palestine. Clinton is rational and informed and understands, as she writes in The Atlantic, that the only way to ensure Israel's future as a secure democratic Jewish state is by achieving two states for two peoples. There is no other choice. She cannot acknowledge, however, the historical events that have led to the present situation, which clearly show that the primary obstacle to the two-state solution is not any Palestinian faction, it's the government of Israel. She repeatedly claims that it has been Palestinians who have stood in the way of any kind of permanent peace. Of course, this makes her call for a two-state solution appear like the worst kind of liberal naivete, and is therefore a huge gift to the U.S. and Israel, right? After all, even the extremely liberal Hillary Clinton admits that Palestinians don't want peace, why should Israel even try? The degree to which Clinton's Atlantic essay is riddled with historical inaccuracy is startling, especially given she brags about her decades of experience in the region. They should have put some examples in this. I guess they're trying to get you to read the article. Comments, it says Hillary Clinton has received over $2 million in donations from the Israel lobby. Well, $2 million is a drop in the bucket, so. Another one that says, I despised her always, more so when Democrats threw Sanders out of the race to make way for her. I agree with that. It says, Clinton Foundation gets major bucks from AIPAC. After Libya, nothing she says should be trusted. It says, literally the last person whose opinion I'd care to hear. It says, step 1, invade sovereign land. Step 2, call the black and brown people that live there savages that don't believe in your sky daddy. Step 3, profit. Step 4, repeat. It says, people are really failing to acknowledge the literal 300 plus times just in the last 15 years that Israel has rejected a peace offer. It says, can his family just crawl into a basement somewhere, shut up and paint like Bush? We've heard enough lies and they've caused enough damage and suffering for 10 lifetimes. One more. It says, a cursory look at history is all you need. And no, I've never felt it for her. Electing women that may as well be bloodthirsty men doesn't do it for me. Not feminism. Break a glass ceiling somewhere else. Yep.
Particularly on this issue, just in general, let's put it this way: money trumps peace sometimes. In other words, commercial interests are very powerful interests throughout the world. Specifically on this issue, just in general, let's put it this way: money trumps peace sometimes.
He hesitated for a long time before he said that. It was like, how can I say this in a better way? It's like, I got nothing. Comments. Peace me once. Another one that says Bush war, Clinton war, Bush 2 war, Obama war, Trump tweets, Biden war. You know, there was a war going on when Trump was in there. I don't know why people always say that. It's not true. He did get us out of Afghanistan, though. I'll give him that. It says they are creating a new canal to rival the Suez Canal that will net trillions in trade. Guess where the new canal will be built? Directly through Gaza. Go figure. It says, him and his dad created the mess we have now, continued, yes, for money. Another one that says, it's continued with Obama and Biden. Trump is the only one that tried to bring an end to it. They hate him and attacked him for it. It says, Bush, admit your part in 9/11. We all know. I need a break from my voice, y'all. What do I have for that? Whatever this is, posting this bullshit on my group chat. I wish they would fucking stop. Let me see if I can find something. I'm tired of the Israel Hamas. I'm tired of covering it. It's like you can't change nobody's position. Like everyone's already made their decision and they're there. That's where they are. Did I play this one about Julian Assange? I think I played that. Second Gilded Age, I think I covered that too. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I'm trying to look for something to give myself a break. It's a holiday in Haiti today. And they're building that canal. They're building that deal. One day ago, November 17th. Let's play some of this, give myself a break here.
Viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's unceasing bombardment of the Gaza Strip has entered its 7th week with fresh attacks on residential buildings in the Jabalia refugee camp that killed at least 18 people. On Thursday, Gaza's main telecommunications companies went out of service due to a lack of fuel for generators, plunging most of the besieged territory into another communications blackout. Israeli troops occupied the Al-Shifa hospital for a 3rd straight day, where some 7,000 trapped medical workers and patients face a worsening humanitarian crisis. An Al-Shifa doctor said 43 out of 63 intensive care patients who are on ventilators have now died after supplies of oxygen and fuel ran out. A large number, they say, of premature babies have also died due to Israel's siege on the hospital. On Thursday, Israeli and Egyptian authorities allowed a handful of wounded Palestinians through the Rafah border crossing for treatment in Egypt. This is Ahmed Mazen Abu Shama, a Palestinian boy whose leg was amputated after he survived an Israeli missile strike on his family's home.
People are torn into pieces, a head on one side and a leg on the other side. Entire buildings in one block are demolished by bombings. The Israeli pilot of the plane doesn't know that there are people in these buildings. They want Hamas. What do the people have to do with this? Innocent children. What do they have to do with this to be bombarded? Doesn't the pilot know that they are children?
On Thursday, the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza reported it had been forced to halt services, leaving dozens of patients who urgently need surgery untreated in a reception area. This comes after Israel bombed the Jordanian field hospital in Gaza, an attack Jordan's government condemned as a war crime. The UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, says it may soon be forced to suspend all humanitarian operations in Gaza due to lack of fuel. UNRWA's chief said Thursday, quote, "I do believe there's a deliberate attempt to strangle our operation." An Israeli drone strike on the occupied West Bank overnight killed 3 Palestinians and injured 14 others. The bombing came as part of a major raid on Jenin and surrounding communities by Israeli soldiers who used armored bulldozers to destroy streets and surrounded 4 medical sites, including the Ibn Sina Hospital. Dozens of Palestinians were arrested. Since October 7th, Israeli forces have killed more than 200 Palestinians in the West Bank. The head of U.S. forces in the Middle East is in Israel today for talks with senior Israeli officials. Axios reports General Michael Eric Kurilla, the commander of U.S. Central Command, is meeting Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and top General Herzi Halevi to discuss Israel's assault on Gaza and fighting along Israel's border with Lebanon. On Thursday, Israel's military shelled villages in southern Lebanon and launched drone strikes after Hezbollah fighters fired anti-tank missiles across the border. It was some of the heaviest cross-border violence since fighting erupted in October. Israeli airstrikes hit several targets around Damascus early on Friday. This follows a series of Israeli strikes across Syria, including attacks that took Damascus and Aleppo airports out of service last month, killing 2 civilian workers. In California, hundreds of protesters shut down all westbound lanes of the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge for several hours Thursday morning, demanding President Biden call for an immediate ceasefire and an end to U.S. military aid to Israel. Police arrested 81 people. The protests came as President Biden met with world leaders in San Francisco at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, or APEC. In Boston, Massachusetts, Jewish peace activists led a sit-in protest Thursday that shut down traffic on the Boston University Bridge. In a social media post, the group If Not Now Boston apologized to anyone stuck in traffic, but added, quote, "We have tried everything else. We have called, we have marched, we have sung, we have prayed, we have written letters and visited offices, yet politicians like President Biden and Senator Elizabeth Warren continue to stonewall, and Israel continues to slaughter innocent Gazans by the thousands," unquote. We'll have more on the protests against Israel's assault on Gaza after headlines when we speak with If Not Now spokesperson Eva Bugward. Democratic Congress member Becca Balint of Vermont called Thursday for a lasting bilateral ceasefire in Gaza. Balint is the first Jewish American Congress member to call for a ceasefire. In a commentary published Thursday, she wrote, quote, "Like me, there are thousands of American Jews that share a deep emotional connection to Israel because of what it meant for the survival of the Jewish people in the face of extermination. This same history also drives so many of us to fight for the protection of Palestinian lives," she wrote. Meanwhile, more than 300 delegates to the 2016 and 2020 Democratic National Convention who backed Bernie Sanders for president called on the Vermont senator to introduce a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. Sanders has so far rejected a ceasefire and has called only for short pauses to the fighting. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Times has become the first major U.S. newspaper to call for a ceasefire. On Thursday, the paper's editorial board wrote, quote, "It's become impossible to distinguish between Israel's decidedly non-surgical operation against Hamas militants in Gaza and the indiscriminate killing of Palestinian civilians. When so-called humanitarian pauses in the bombardment and ground operations are too brief to realistically permit innocents to flee, or when there's no place for non-combatants to go that is not also in the line of fire, such pauses are so deficient as to be meaningless," the Los Angeles Times editorial board wrote. In Russia, artist Sasha Skochelenko was found guilty Thursday of spreading so-called false information about the Russian military and sentenced to 7 years in prison for replacing supermarket price tags with anti-war messages. The labels featured messages like, "The Russian army bombed an art school in Mariupol. Around 400 people were hiding inside," it said. Skochelenko was convicted under new wartime legislation that criminalizes any anti-war messaging or activism. In her closing statement after her year-and-a-half trial, Skochelenko said, quote, "How little faith does our prosecutor have in our state and society if he thinks that our statehood and public security can be ruined by 5 small pieces of paper," she said. This is opposition politician Boris Vishnevsky.
This verdict is unfair. There is no guilt because Skochelenko is not guilty of anything. I will not even speak about humanity here or about equality before the law because sometimes people receive fewer years in jail for murder than for 5 price tags in a shop. It's not justice, it's an execution.
In other news from Russia, a former police officer sentenced to 20 years in prison for the 2006 contract killing of Russian journalist Anna Politkovskaya has been pardoned after a military tour in Ukraine. Politkovskaya was best known for reporting Russian abuses in Chechnya, often writing for the now banned Novaya Gazeta. Another journalist has been killed in Mexico. Ismael Villagomez was fatally shot in Ciudad Juarez Thursday while working his second job as a driver. He was a photographer for the newspaper El Heraldo de Juarez, who had worked in media for nearly 20 years. At least 3 people were arrested in connection with his death. His colleagues are demanding justice.
Ismael was a good and honest person. He was a good coworker whose life was taken away in this way. We don't want his case to remain unsolved, as has happened with the deaths of other journalists. If the cause was something other than his work in journalism, we want this to be clarified by authorities. And if this is related to his journalistic activity, we want authorities to investigate this even further. The Mexican editorial organization, Ismael's family, and the journalistic community demand clarification of the facts.
Man, the attack on journalism is a real thing. No wonder why we don't get good journalism. You know, no wonder we don't get good stories. No wonder we don't know what the hell is actually going on in the world. People are scared, you know. In Mexico, they're killing them left and right, you know. Here in the States, you lose a job, you get fired, blackballed from the industry, you know. You get censored, you know. You can only post the stories that they want you to post, you know. You can't post anything that goes against the power structure. It's really scary times for journalism. That's why this is the most important time for a journalist. You know, putting your life on the line. You have a family, and I totally understand. You know, but at the same time, when real journalism is lost and the truth doesn't matter no more, and you know, we're ruled by criminals.
At least 4 other journalists have been killed this year in Mexico, one of the most dangerous countries for media workers in the world outside a war zone. Violence has skyrocketed in Mexico following the enforcement of the U.S.-backed war on drugs. Over 100 immigrants held at the Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington, have started a hunger strike protesting indefinite detention and other inhumane and dangerous conditions. They're denouncing Immigration and Customs Enforcement for failing to properly handle and resolve immigration cases. The group La Resistencia says at least 25 of the hunger strikers have been placed in isolation. Northwest is run by the for-profit prison corporation GEO Group. In Kentucky, a judge declared.
That's crazy to me too. Like, you know, if they entered illegally or whatever, then send them back. You just got to lock them up indefinitely, you know? Like, that's crazy to me.
Mistrial in the federal civil rights trial of the ex-Louisville police officer who fired his gun during the deadly 2020 raid on Breonna Taylor's home. The jury deadlocked over whether to convict Brett Hankinson, who was charged with using excessive force and violating the rights of 26-year-old Breonna Taylor, her partner, and Taylor's next-door neighbors, where some of the officer's stray bullets ended up. Hankinson faced a maximum sentence of life in prison. He was acquitted last year on 3 state counts of endangering Taylor's neighbors. Federal prosecutors will now have to decide whether to hold a retrial.
Yep. So, you know, who's surprised at the outcome of that one? You know? It's crazy. She didn't have nothing to do with nothing.
A federal jury in California has found a right-wing conspiracy theorist guilty of attempted kidnapping and assault charges after he invaded the San Francisco home of then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi last year and attacked her husband, Paul Pelosi, with a hammer. Ahead of the attack, 43-year-old David DePape shared QAnon conspiracy theories and false claims about the 2020 election and the January 6th Capitol insurrection. He faces up to 50 years in prison at a future sentencing hearing. Embattled New York Congress member and serial liar George Santos said Thursday he won't seek re-election after the House Ethics Committee found substantial evidence the freshman Republican committed numerous felony crimes. In their report, House ethics investigators found Santos, quote, sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal financial profit. He blatantly stole from his campaign. He deceived donors into providing what they thought were contributions to his campaign, but were in fact payments for his personal benefit, unquote.
Isn't that against the law? Why can't they just lock this guy up?
United Auto Workers members have approved new contracts with the big three automakers. Among other things, union members will see their pay increase by 25% over the course of the deal. 2/3 of Ford workers voted in favor of the deal, while only about 55% of workers at General Motors agreed to ratify their contract. Stellantis appears set to approve the deal at similar margins to Ford. Some more senior employees have objected to the deal, saying pay increases should be higher. Others have expressed disappointment pension benefits weren't expanded to employees hired after 2007. In related news, Stellantis has offered buyouts to half of its non-unionized U.S. staff as part of a cost-cutting move. And thousands of Starbucks workers held a one-day...
Wait a minute. So when it says buy out the people who are in the union, does that mean that they got laid off? They bought out the rest of their contract?
They strike Thursday on Red Cup Day, one of Starbucks' busiest days of the year. Workers say frequent promotional events and giveaways like yesterday's creates extra stress and unmanageable workloads. Organizers say Thursday's walkout was the largest in the coffee chain's history. A historic union drive has swept over Starbucks stores nationwide in the past 2 years. Over 360 locations are now unionized. This is Edwin Palmasoulis, a Starbucks worker in New York.
We want to make sure that we have a better pay, staffing, scheduling, and we have the right amount of hours to work because they've been improperly staffing us. And sometimes it just makes it harder for us to work. You know, sometimes we feel like we work for 2 people instead of 1, and we're just tired. We're just really tired of overworking ourselves.
And those are some of the headlines.
What does he mean by work for 2 people instead of 1? I don't get that. Y'all forgive me. Holding on. I'm holding on. Let's go to this.
Package increase or add to or pay down our national debt?
It undoubtedly added to our national debt.
Republican math here. It added to our national debt. Let me show everybody how much. Wait, hang on. It's a 2 whiteboard situation. Can you read that number for everybody?
That's 1.8 trillion.
1.8 trillion. Couldn't even fit it all on one whiteboard. So this is how much they added to the deficit, even as the premise of this hearing is that the deficit is a real problem and that Republicans believe it's a real problem. So if they didn't solve our deficits through the tax code, through that tax piece, they surely took action to fully pay for Social Security and Medicare so that we don't drive up the deficit that way. Dr. Harris, do you know how many Republicans co-sponsor the Social Security 2100 Act, which would make Social Security solvent for years to come?
I don't know. I'm guessing 0.
0. It's a really small number. Don't even need a whiteboard. Can do this one with my hand. So Republican math in terms of the budget, which is made by Congress, not made by seniors, by older Americans, means increasing our deficit by $1.8 trillion and doing zero to reduce the effect of the debt by Social Security and Medicare, and adjusting those policies to be able to be better funded. The provisions of the Republicans' tax package increase or add to or pay down.
So yeah, they're talking about, and then they talk about the debt ceiling, and they talk about fiscal responsibility, and they talk about, we have to cut spending, but they're full of shit, because then they, the only thing they want to cut is social programs, So as far as not collecting taxes, they're okay with that. They're okay with giving tax breaks on top of not collecting taxes, so that they don't have the money to pay for the stuff that they need to pay for. Like, it's so much bullshit. So Katie Porter posted this. She said, "You've heard of girl math, but what about Republican math? This week, Republicans tried to blame older Americans for our growing national debt, but in 2017, they passed tax cuts for the wealthy and added $1.8 trillion to the debt." She said Republican math doesn't add up. Comments are going into the Israel stuff. It says, what did you ignore the constituents at your office today? Why did you ignore the constituents at your office today? It says, I thought you were one of the good ones. You betrayed so many people. Call for a ceasefire. Stop being bought AIPAC. They're all on that. It says, Representative Porter, how did you vote on President Biden's request for additional $14 billion to Israel for more bombs on top of the nearly $4 billion we already send them yearly? Everybody's on the AIPAC and Palestine stuff. Yeah, she still made a really good point there. Let me see. Check this out.
Salem Hospital taking corrective action after flawed procedures. The hospital saying it has notified nearly 450 endoscopy patients that they may have been exposed to serious infections, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and HIV. According to the hospital, the possible exposure happened over a 2-year period when patients were given medications through an IV in a, quote, manner not consistent with the hospital's best practice. The patients alerted underwent visual imaging, for example, a colonoscopy or gastrointestinal ultrasound. Salem Hospital taking corrective action after flawed procedures. The hospital saying it has notified nearly 450 endoscopy patients that they may have been exposed to serious infections, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and HIV. According to the
So it says nearly 450 patients in Massachusetts hospital may have been exposed to HIV hepatitis. Hundreds of patients at Salem Hospital in Massachusetts were possibly exposed to hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and HIV, the hospital announced. Nearly 450 patients undergoing endoscopy at the hospital may have been exposed over a period of 2 years, according to a statement. Salem Hospital said patients may have been exposed during the administration of IV medications in a manner not consistent with our best practice. Wow, that's kind of scary. Kind of shit right there, make you not want to go to the doctor for nothing. Damn, go to the doctor for some regular procedure and come out with HIV. Comments, it says, working as an HIV sexual health nurse and previous ICU nurse, I have more questions than answers. The math is not mathing. HIV is super fragile For 2 years, this was going on. It says, I'm a nurse and I need way more details. This makes no sense. It says, I'm an endoscopy nurse and I have so many questions. They're not reporting something. It says, I already see a big lawsuit for this hospital. Better get your lawyers ready. It says, are the HIV positives about their mistake? It says, I thank God every day for not being born in the United States. Everyday news there gets worse and worse. It says, and pay so much for health care. Where are the protests about this? Another one, it says, I'm so happy I live in Europe. It says, okay, so needles for intravenous medication or disposables, as in all of the tubing and everything else. I wonder if something malicious was happening. It says, they say there are no confirmed infections and risk is very small, but I'm still confused. How could 450 different disposable IVs all be potentially contaminated? Yeah, they're not saying something. All I know is I'm glad I didn't go to the hospital in Massachusetts. Excuse me. Yeah, this is scary right here. And what the hell do they got going on in that hospital? It says, new fear unlocked. It says, should have been on PrEP. There's appeal for this. They could have been taken. Another one, it says, what does that even mean? Administration of IV medication in a manner not consistent. Yeah, what does that mean? They were using dirty IV bags. Reusing bags. They must have been reusing something. Yeah, that sounds shady. It sounds like something having to do with them making money or saving money. All the money we spend, we're supposed to have the best health care in the world. I worry about catching HIV. Going to the damn doctor.
California to Texas now regretting their decision. Despite anxiety over Texas's growth and billboards in California trying to persuade residents to stay put, many still chose to switch states, often picking Austin and the larger Central Texas region as their next home. People selecting Texas over Cali cited affordability as a key factor. But for some, it's come with different costs, dense traffic, a lack of dependable public transportation, and scorching heat that transplants say is lowering their quality of life. An August report from Insider found that Tex workers in particular are getting fed up with Texas, frustrated that career opportunities just aren't as plentiful as they are in Silicon Valley. As a result, people are moving out of the Lone Star State, or at very least considering it. Using U.S. Postal Service data, Insider found that from January to May this year, Austin saw the 5th largest net outward migration among major U.S. cities, trailing New York, Los Angeles, and Houston, which actually ranked number 1 among cities that saw the most people leave during that stretch. Are people who moved from California to Texas now regretting their decision?
It says tech workers are now doubting decision to move from California to Texas. It says Austin and Houston saw some of the highest outward migration among major U.S. cities in a recent survey. So Chronicle.com, it says tech workers now doubting decision to move from California to Texas. Austin and Houston saw some of the highest outward migration among major U.S. cities in a recent survey. People selecting Texas over the Golden State cited affordability as a key factor, but for some, it's come with different costs. Dense traffic, a lack of dependable public transportation, and scorching heat that transplants say is lowering their quality of life. An August report from Insider found that tech workers in particular are getting fed up with Texas, Frustrated with career opportunities just aren't as plentiful as they are in Silicon Valley. I thought that Austin was like a haven for tech workers. I don't know. Is this true? So people are having second thoughts about it. I don't know. Another comment, it says, I'm looking at California. This heat is unbearable and nobody is doing a thing to address climate in Texas. It's a lot. What are they going to do about the heat, y'all? Like they're going to turn off the sun? Another comment, it says, I moved from California to Texas and I'm not complaining. Somebody is happy to be here. I understand the complaints about the traffic, though. That shit is fucking ridiculous and stupid. Another comment, it says, I promise almost everyone in Texas doesn't want Californians. Another one, I promise to plant 10 trees for every Californian that leaves our state alone. Another one, it says, I just moved from California to Texas 2 months ago. This place is amazing. People are so nice. I almost feel like they want something from me. Then I realized, nah, they're just raised with manners. School, sports, and food are amazing. Does it get hot? Sure. But that 3 to 4 weeks of heat, that for a way better quality of life. Largest property tax cut ever in Texas. Just signed, and no state income tax was more than enough reason for me to leave California after being born and raised there. All the other things I listed above were just a blessings upon arrival. Can't imagine trying to change it because it's pretty damn amazing the way it is. Just my 0.02 cent. Yeah, so what they say? They were just raised with manners. It says 3 to 4 weeks of heat. What are you talking about? How many years have you been here? We get heat all year round, bro. We get 3 to 4 weeks of winter. It says, I'm from Texas and moved to California. I don't know how people really leave here to go to Texas. I would rather live in a 1-bedroom apartment in California than a 6-bedroom house in Houston. Another comment, it says, what's embarrassing is we have so many hillbillies here who blame transplants for their problems, fully embracing the dumb redneck stereotype. It says, good, best news I've heard all day. It says, damn, that Texas heat coming in clutch. It says, on behalf of Texas, we endorse this message. It says, sounds like a W for Texas, LOL. It says, if I had money for it, I would put up anti-Texas propaganda to get Californians out. And I was born and raised in Texas and absolutely love it here. Essentially, don't California my Texas. It says, yep, Texas and Florida is hot. Don't come here, LOL. It says, no one from Texas like liberals. Go back. It says, I'm from California. Please don't go back to California. Stay in Texas. So we got some weird little Texas versus California thing going on more and more on the internet. I don't really know where that came from, but whatever.
I can tell you how long it's going to last, but I can tell you I don't think it ultimately ends until there's a two-state solution. I made it clear to the Israelis I think it's a big mistake for them to think they're going to occupy Gaza and maintain Gaza. I don't think that works. I'm not a fortune teller. I can't tell you how long it's going to last, but I can tell you I don't think it ultimately ends until there's a two-state solution. I made it clear to the Israelis I think it's a big mistake for them to think they're going to occupy Gaza and maintain Gaza. I don't.
So CBS News, it says President Biden said that he made it clear to the Israelis that it's a big mistake for them to think they're going to occupy Gaza, adding, I don't think it works. Okay. I'm not a fortune teller, but I think the United States will keep giving money to Israel. I think you're right, buddy. It says, remember when Palestine celebrated 9/11? They were dancing in the streets. I don't remember that. Another comment says, we have no president. It says, how about definitive call for ceasefire? This conflict is going to cost you the presidency. Look at the polls. Yep. Another one that says, yet he gave them $14 billion to wipe them out. Oh, let's not forget he asked for a pause on pressure to ceasefire. Biden is a joke and Zionist. He needs to pay for his participation of the destruction of Palestine and his people. Another comment that says, it's not freaking genocide to Gaza. Hamas is genocide to Gaza. The only thing they had to do was give up. The run is over. The only way it isn't over, some power completely destroys all of Israel. It says he has no right to tell another country what to do. It says, so why are you sending them money? Why are you not speaking up and telling them to stop the killings? Why are you letting it go on for weeks? It says, how you won the presidency. Yeah, I don't know either, y'all. I don't know either. I think I played that. Let's play this.
Hey, Kay. I have a restraining order. You guys aren't supposed to be here. Where's the baby? Where the baby? We're here. I have a restraining order of somebody who's here. Can you please?
Man, I can't play this. It's got that music in there.
Boom. And we was here first.
This ain't necessary right here. Even necessary.
Look, there they go. Thank you. Thank you. I have a restraining order. Infections that could be bombed on. He's harassing me. Him and his family. It's been 6 years. He ain't never seen my
Let me go talk. Let me talk to you.
I have a restraining order in the car.
Let me talk to you.
It doesn't matter. You're not supposed to be around. Yes. It's not fair.
This is, yes.
Okay, so she lied. Come on.
Sounds like she turned on the waterworks there at the end. This is toxic all the way. Like it says, thoughts. A father that hasn't seen his daughter in 6 years shows up to her birthday party, and the baby mama cancels the party and called the cops on him. If you, baby mother, and baby daddy can't get along, does that mean to keep the child away from the parent? This is a sensitive ass subject for me. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, I wish I could have played the other part of the video. But, you know, for me, it just seems like a really bitter baby mama, you know, like it's really sad times. Really sad times. Like, the father hasn't seen the child in 6 years, probably because of her. He clearly wants to give the kids some, he showed up with some presents and stuff. And the other video it shows, hold on.
Get news. Yeah, don't act delusional. Don't act delusional. Hey, don't run now. Everybody on the way. Oh, that's your bucket?
Okay, I'm not going to harass you. This is for your daughter. This for your daughter. What we doing to you for your daughter? You know that don't make no sense. This is for your daughter, Kaylee.
Cancel it right now.
But why?
Fine.
Why are you doing that to your daughter?
Fine.
Why are you going to be like that to your daughter?
That's you. You're disgusting ratchet. At all. You're about to have a warrant out for your arrest as well. No, we ain't gonna warrant in the public place.
Come here.
Hey, if I got a warrant, she must have lied again. I beat the last. You forgot? You mad?
Yeah, so she said she canceled the whole ass party. He showed up with some presents to give to his child. She cancels the whole party and calls the police. I think there's a bunch of other ways that she could have handled this. Really, really sad. Let's read some comments. It says, she got a restraining order for a reason. They just don't give them out. So something had to take place for her to be reacting like this. We don't know the story. All we know, it's been 6 years and the restraining order is still in place for someone's safety. So just leave her and her daughter alone. Leave her and her daughter alone. What about his daughter? And you can get restraining orders from just lying to the police and saying that somebody did something or whatever. Like, I mean, and we don't know the whole story true. So then why are you taking her side on this? Like, how do we know that she's not just toxic? Another comment says, I'm scared of women like this. Me too. Another comment says, this is one of them situations where you got to know the backstory. It says, I can tell by her body language, she's loony. Another one, it says, she straight lied as soon as the police showed up, LOL. Let's see. It says, restraining order or not, can't keep that man from being present in his kid's life. Another comment says, she clearly says she has a restraining order that has violated. Y'all don't know what he did to her. Okay, well, what she felt threatened or whatever, is that the reason, like, to cancel the birthday party? Another comment says, he recording because she played them type of games. Smart man. That's selfish of the mama. Clearly, it ain't about the child at all. Another comment says, bro haven't seen his daughter in 6 years. Yeah, that's dead. Probably because of her. It says, y'all don't know what that man did to her to get her to that point. She don't be quick to judge. So don't be quick to judge. Another comment says, she is triggered as fuck. You can see it. She has a restraining order for a reason. Leave her be. Another one that says, females like this is why a lot of kids don't have fathers. Clearly, he's there for his daughter, and regardless of the situation, he comes in peace. She is bitter and dangerous. Sad to say it, but go make a new kid and move on. Another comment says, this broad a clown. 6 years, how we know where the party was? Then she petty as hell. Another comment says, but how did he get the information to attend? It says, he looked like someone that needed a restraining order. His girl called her car a bucket. They hella petty, and if a person chooses to keep negative energy from around them, then that's what it is. Any man that doesn't respect the mother of their kids is toxic. I'm with her, bruh. Who invited you and Becky? Another comment says, she being real extra. Oh. Another one says, you have to prove some ish to get a restraining order. So if she has one, that means he's done some stuff. It ain't about being bitter or extra or none of that. If it was really about the child, he wouldn't have pulled up to the party knowing that legally he wasn't supposed to be there. He caused that scene because he knew he wasn't supposed to be there, but showed up anyway. She did exactly what she was supposed to do. It says, these comments are crazy. We don't know the whole story. But what I do know is she got a restraining order, and he shows up to the party with another girl to be messy and start drama, not to see his child. It seems like the other girl is the real problem. That's probably the whole problem. It says, two sides to a story, but if that man want to be there for his child, let him feel like these kids need both parents. I never keep my kids away from their dads. If me and my feelings, it's about the child, and she wrong. Now I can see if bro walked up to her doing too much. All he wanted was to see his child. Another one, why not have your own party for the child if she doesn't want you there? And you just show up and with other people that she definitely didn't want there. You out of line. That's definitely not a peaceful way to try and establish a peaceful co-parenting relationship. How is he going to have a party for her on his own if he doesn't even have access to the child? He could sit there at the house by himself and throw a party for the kid and send her videos or something. It says, he could have just dropped the gifts off and left. All that trying to talk and mingle gonna get you locked up despite your intentions. Could have dropped the gifts off and left. And then she was just gonna throw the gifts into the trash. The kid never knows the dad was even there. It says, did y'all watch the whole video? That man was at Chuck E. Cheese first. She lied and said he had a warrant. He didn't. Y'all commenting off of that one little clip. Go watch the video, the whole video. Yeah, they were saying that he didn't even go to jail, so he don't have a restraining order. It says famous for the wrong reasons, ha ha ha. It says, do you not hear? He said she has a restraining order. She also said he hasn't seen his daughter for 6 years. Sounds like a big homie trying to flex and impress the new supply. It says she is right. If a judge grants a restraining order, it must be something he did to her. Someone in his family should have taken the gifts to the party. It says, that's the girlfriend talking slimy to child. She probably getting the same thing done to her that got the first order restraining place. It's another one that says, sounds like my baby mama. It says, he looks crazy. She looks scared out of her mind. She the one that looks crazy. It says, I'm not sure of the backstory to this, but the fact that she has a restraining order placed concern also. But some women are also bitter and do the damn most. But I feel she did way too much and caused a huge scene for nothing. He honestly came there peacefully to show up for his child. Regardless of how long it's been, she could have just asked him to leave. But to cancel the party and cause a scene like she did was unnecessary. The bitterness shows. I hate that for the child because she's the one affected the most. It says, where has he been for 6 years? Probably looking for them. I hate that shit so much. Sink your teeth into this one.
Not condone this. I've asked the Border Patrol to stop it. I just have to allow them to go through my property. Where are you from?
This is video shot by Brian Silvas, whose property is up against the U.S.-Mexico border in eastern San Diego County, California. He bought the land 2 years ago, but in the last 6 months, he's been dealing with a surge of people passing through his backyard.
Follow the road that way, all the way. Look for the lights. You'll see the lights. Most of them are men. They're all Turkish, Kurdish, Chinese, everything, the whole gamut.
Silvas wanted to show me where he believes the migrants are crossing the border into his property. As soon as we arrived, we encountered about a dozen walking right in.
It's a pretty simple cross over into the U.S. And like that family, it's not that hard. They just step in and they're here.
So this is the original, I guess, 19-something border.
This right here.
Uh-huh. And Border Patrol probably comes and does it, but look, I mean, it's an open door. You could go right through there. They usually just walk through. They don't care if I'm there. They walk through and ask me which way. I'm going that way. Keep going.
Just an hour after we left Silvas's property, a wildlife camera we had set up at the location captured another group of migrants, much larger than the last, entering the U.S. A senior CBP official tells us that it's up to local law enforcement to enforce trespassing on private property, and that Border Patrol agents cannot physically block people from crossing into the country, nor send them immediately back across the border. They can only take them into custody and process them accordingly.
There's a bunch of immigrants coming through my property. I do not condone this. I've asked the Border Patrol to stop it. I just have to allow them to go through my property. Where are you from?
This is video shot by Brian Silvas, whose property is up against the U.S.-Mexico border in eastern San Diego County, California. He bought the land 2 years ago, but in the last 6 months, he's been dealing with a surge of people passing through his backyard.
Follow the road that way, all the way. Look
So it says, hold on. It says San Diego Border Patrol sector has reported more than 230,000 encounters during the fiscal year that ended in September, a level of activity the agency has not seen in over 2 decades. Comments, it says it's been going on since Biden's first day in office, approximately 10 million illegal immigrants, an army being paid by the UN. Buckle up. This hasn't just been going on since Biden has been in office, y'all. Another comment says, don't worry, they will all be your servants, your cooks, gardeners, cleaners, babysitters, construction workers, and you will hire them gladly because you don't want to pay top price for the same service. Dun, dun, dun. It says, imagine how the Native Americans felt. It says, this is like people who move near airports and complain about noise. It says, I'd be playing music, barbecuing, giving them food and water as they pass by as long as I could afford it, but that's just me. Another one says, and many people talk about the Mexicans and South Americans entering U.S. illegally. Clear evidence it is Turkish and Chinese too. Biden is the worst president in U.S. history. Oh. Says, we need Trump. This is an outrage. It says, it's funny how people buy property in areas that historically have activities they don't agree with. They didn't complain about it as if they didn't know it was going to be what it already was. Another comment, it says, simply solution move. It says, why don't you hand out some water and granola bars and be a good sport? It says, nothing will change until an attack event happens on our soil. This has to stop. We can't afford the people we already have. I want to help the next person, but we're officially full and out of money. Our government is failing us all. It says, I'm all for allowing people to come to the U.S. for a better opportunity, but not this way. This hurts everyone. Everyone that is trying to migrate legally, tax-paying dollars towards programs to help illegals. They don't pay taxes. Our price of food and other things going up. Yes, they do a lot of jobs that many do not want but there has to be a better way. Just my 2 cents. It says, I thought Trump fixed. It says, I thought Trump fixed the mints. Fixed the fence, wall. It says, I would offer them food and water. It says, what a joke California has become. It says, Biden, Harris, 2024, keep America unsafe and unaffordable. It says, we should house them all and collect some government money. It says, hold on. It says, you know what's worse than having someone walk through your yard because you're lucky enough to own real property, being a refugee. It says, we will be attacked from within, not if, when. This isn't rocket science warfare. It's so painfully obvious. World War III. It says, I would happily house a family or 2 on my farm and pay them to work. Everyone deserves opportunity to better lives for themselves and their children. It says, conservative colonizers losing their mind. It says, this is good because there are probably good people who will positively work to help the USA economy to grow. It says, Jesus Christ, these people just want a better life. They're not bothering anybody. You would do the exact same. It says, build a wall, build a wall. Are you not worried about terrorists coming in this way? 9/11 wasn't that long away. Wake up, people. It says, I'd have a huge welcome sign out with a snack station. It says, for everyone saying shoot because people are walking through, you are sick. It says, what a effing joke. Hardworking Americans have to pay for this bullshit. Another one says, I would feed them and send them on their way. Why is dude mad for? The government should give him money to put up a fence. This is not safe for his family. Everyone hates America until it's time to flee their country. At least he's trying to help them. It says, wow, how is it so easy to cross? I always thought it was more difficult. I tried the right way with the 10-year business visa that I waited ages to qualify for, then got screwed over by the company who was supposed to sponsor my working permit and eventually got deported. Had absolutely nothing for years, lived on friends' couches and nowhere. Took forever to be allowed back in, kept applying all over the world at embassies and kept being denied and bullied in the process. I still get detained for hours at border and each arrival, when coming by plane, of course, and I am in an interrogation room at the airport. Such a nightmare. One time it was 7 hours, and when they released me, my bags were gone. It was 2 a.m. I had lost my ride and place to stay. How did I not think of this crossing? Sometimes trying to do the right thing is so much harder. I wasted a decade of my life on this, and now living here, I am still not treated right. I wish everyone the best and good opportunities. I hope they cross safely and manage to improve their lives here and that they get finally accepted. I know I still don't feel that way. One day I want my story public because maybe it helps people to change the system and the way we are treated as immigrants. Because it may look so different from the outside, maybe they allow me to run for Congress in the future and change things. Only, of course, when I am finally 8 years a citizen. So let's see. All this waiting to do more is taking me a lifetime. See, this is great that this dude posted his comments, because this is the argument that I make all the time. You know, people are like, why they don't just do it the right way? Well, look, this guy here tried to do it the right way. It cost him 10 years and being homeless and all of this. Like, the process is so bureaucratic and full of red tape and bullshit that it leads people to do it in the wrong way. Because so people say, they should just do it the right way. But if they do it the right way, they're probably not going to get to come in. They're going to spend a whole bunch of money, cost a whole bunch of time, and still not get to come. So, the system incentivizes them to do it illegally. So if you want people to come in legally and do it the right way and have a real control on immigration and migration and people trying to get asylum, then take all that bureaucratic bullshit and red tape out of the process. Make it straightforward. Make it so where it doesn't take 10 years. But y'all not with that. I already know. So whatever. More comments. It says, everybody want to go US. I wonder what's there. It says, let's end this. It says CNN, ? It says empathy. So sad to see them leave everything behind, pack a bag, take their kids and walk thousands of kilometers to get to the US. Some of them don't even make it. Not everyone was lucky enough to be born in the United States. So it's like where you came out of your mama's womb is like everything, I guess, right? It says this happened under Trump too. 30 years since Reagan's amnesty, has the GOP retaliated and refused to write better legislation to correct the problem? Trump wants to round them up and put them in cage camps. Nazism and fascism is alive and well in America. It says people see this and get mad. I see this and feel sad. Sad for them because I know this is not easy for them, especially the children. You have to think of why they're coming and why they left their homes. Can you take the politics out of it for one freaking second and be human and put yourself in their shoes? You think this is fun for them? It's a game. It's a conspiracy to get a vote. Wake the F up. The suffering in the world is high and the empathy is so low. One more comment. This is because the liberals and secular Americans' mindset They will allow anyone, anything, everyone, and everything until it suffices their needs and their agenda. Letting all these Muslim immigrants will surely make our country a hotspot of jihadi resistance, and the chants will rise and the bombs will explode. 10 years from now, America will be surely realize that they have done. This topic takes all my energy and breath away. It's kind of like the Palestine Hamas thing. People already got their mind made up, so it doesn't really matter what you say about it. Where y'all at? Somebody get in here and chop it up with me. I'll leave some comments or something. Goodness. Participate. This one, it says, y'all want relationships and dating to be 100% fun 24/7, and that's why you always with someone new every 3 to 7 months. Dun, dun, dun. You know, a real relationship is a challenge, you know. It's a struggle, but anything that's good is worth doing. You know, anything worthwhile is going to have some negative aspects to it. It's not going to just be all fun. Like, ask anybody who's been married 20 plus years. There's ups and downs and roller coaster rides you go on, you know. Our generation is a microwave generation now. Like, these kids, they just want it, and they want it now, and they want it fun all the time, and they have this unrealistic view of the world, you know, and they want this fantasy, this knight in shining armor, this rich guy who's 6'2" and nice and a thug at the same time. Like, they want impossible things. The guys too, they want a chick who's gorgeous and cooks and cleans and is willing to put up with their bullshit all at the same time. Like, you're asking for something that's not gonna happen. So you're gonna be disappointed over and over again. It says that's why you're looking for someone new every 3 to 7 months. As soon as the real person comes out, then you're ready to move on. It says as soon as someone starts talking about anything serious or educational, y'all get bored. Okay, keep chasing that initial spark. Telling you, can't talk about nothing serious, can't teach them about anything. They just want this. The internet is all about the stuff that gets promoted on the internet is all just garbage. It's all just like fart jokes and making fun of disabled people and like, when are y'all gonna grow up? It says they used to people just wanting to F and do anything that'll take their minds off of commitment and the real world, more like a vacation than a relationship. Oh my God, that's so fucking true. God, this person is preaching. Yeah, they're taking a vacation from their life, from their miserable life is what they're doing. So the new relationship is like fun. You go places, you got the dating process, you got to get to know something new, you got the great sex and all of that. It's like a little vacation from your life. And then as soon as the real world hits, you're out, not interested no more, and you start the process all over again. You're going to wake up and you're going to be old and alone. There's comments that says, I want a relationship that feels like a vacation. Well, you're fitting exactly into what this lady is saying. Unrealistic. I mean, maybe your relationship can feel like a vacation, but at some point, the vacation has to come to an end, right? And you have to go back home, right? And face reality and go to work and pay bills and stuff like that. Like, get back to your daily routine. Like, you can't be on a vacation your whole life. If you're on a vacation your whole life, then that's not a vacation. Comment, it says, I don't care. Them 2-month relationships is fun as shit. No drama, just infatuation and vibes. Okay, well, keep on doing those 2-month relationships until you're 80. Another comment, it says, he was controlling and narcissist. He asked you to raise your voice at him and you got pissed. It says, he was controlling and a narcissist. He asked you not to raise your voice at him and you got pissed. He's a controlling narcissist. Another comment says, I just never understood how people can have 5 boyfriends in 1 year. Yeah, those are not boyfriends. Those are fuck buddies. You know, it's all about the money too. They probably got free food out of it. They might as well just be selling their body for dinner. So that's what they're doing. And little short trips and little going bowling, going to the movies. You know, you're selling your body for that. You might as well just be a prostitute. It says, y'all dating for help, not for value of being in a relationship. You know, they're dating for free food. It says, talking about they were trying to change me, so I left. Yes, fool, you need to grow up and stop leaving your shoes in the living room and eating Easy Mac every damn meal. Go to work. Oh my God, shots fired. Yes, if you meet somebody, a significant other, you know, they are going to change you and they should be changing you for the better. So that's what it's really all about for men and for women. None of us are perfect. You know, our parents only could do so much with our asses. You know, you have to meet somebody who is willing to be patient. They care enough about you. They're willing to be patient with you and willing to help show you the way. But you have to want to grow. You have to want better. Your life can be so much better. You can be enjoying life. You can be happy. You know, you could be thriving. But that comes at a consequence in, you know, being able to accept criticism, being able to want to improve, you know, being able to listen to someone when they're telling you the things that you do that are wrong. There's so many of us out here who just cannot stand, you know, being aware of something that they were wrong about or something that they just don't know, that they're ignorant about. Like, you just want to go on through life, your whole life, not knowing things, like being ignorant, completely ignorant, or not being aware that you could be doing things better, or not being aware that you are completely wrong in your behavior and thoughts and movements or whatever. Like, it's so freaking like impossible in today's relationships to tell someone that they're wrong. Like, nobody's trying to hear it. I'm not wrong. You wrong. I'm not wrong about anything. I'm perfect. I'm never wrong. Never having to say I'm sorry. As Risa Morris says, that first message is strictly for the females. We men are simple. All we want is 3 times food and feminine affection and admiration. We can sit in peace with our woman and be content. But women, you got to be a gentleman, gun-tooting gangster who helps elderly people cross the street, plus have the ability to fly, go to church on Sundays. You get my point? Women need to be in an emotional roller coaster or else she's bored. And I've heard that story too before, like about the bored, like they want excitement, you know? It's like you can't have stability and excitement at the same time. So you're going to have to choose one or the other. Okay. If you're okay with 1 week balling and the next week the dude might be in jail or the lights are off, then boom, that's what you want. That's the kind of life you want to live. Okay, fine. But if you want some stability, the lights are on, the man is there every day, you know, it's, you know, it's not freaking a roller coaster ride where he's losing his job and getting a new job and y'all moving to another place and all of this, then you're gonna have to go for that guy who's a little more calm, who's a little more boring. You gotta find some balance in life. You want some excitement, go camping. You know what I'm saying? Go hiking. Travel to another country. You want your life to just be consistently exciting, and that means you want to be homeless or on the edge of homelessness or on the edge of going to jail, running from the police, getting shot at. You don't really want that. That's that internet age, watching TV all day and scrolling social media. And that shit is not real anyway. The social media is fake as hell. These old exciting ass lives that you see these people having on the internet is not real. It's fake. Okay? It's not real. It's fake. Please accept the reality that 99% of the shit you scrolling past on the internet is fake. It's not real. People who have stable lives, it's not exciting every day. There's a bit of boredom there. That's part of being an adult. That's part of growing the hell up. Stop trying to think. You're thinking like a child. And you have to make some compromises. You have to make some sacrifices. You know, you're not going to get all your boxes checked. You know, that's just reality. And you're going to have to, make adjustments with that other person. You're going to have to grow together. You're not going to wake up and have a mansion and a jet and freaking, 6 months of vacation time. Like, that's not reality. Like, for anybody, really. Maybe some people, they're like 1 in a billion. Comments, it says, that's why I'm single, LOL. I date myself and every day is a vacation. No commitment, no rules or anything. I feel you, but you're lonely. So don't lie to yourself. Everybody wants somebody. It says, preach, y'all swear it's all sunshine and rainbow. Relationships start when the real problems arise. It says, sent a shorty 2 books, told me a nigga from the hood shouldn't be reading. Oh my God. I can't get nobody to read. My first baby mama, we used to read together. It was wonderful. We'd be sitting in the same room together, not really talking to each other, but she has her book and I have mine. And then, after we finish reading, we talk about the books or whatever. That was great. It was fantastic. I don't know what happened with us. She was the only one that I did that with. All the rest of them not into the reading shit. Then too, you get with somebody that's really smart, and that intelligence comes with some conniving behavior. I don't know. It kind of goes together, I guess. I don't know. Let me shut up. I'm revealing way too much here. Another comment says, wrong. It's supposed to be fun. Issue is people get complacent and stop putting in effort. Whatever. Grow the hell up. Yes, it's supposed to be fun, but there's going to be boring times too. Like 20 years you've been together. You telling me it's still just fun every day? Get all the way the hell out of here. Another comment, it says, in love with the idea of a perfect relationship. It says, y'all complicate-ish, LOL. If they don't want a commitment, then don't commit. Hit it and move on. This is revealing for me right here, because this is kind of what I do. I think that sometimes people don't really want a relationship and they just want, some fun. And me being all romantic and shit, I try to turn everything into a damn relationship, and it just should have never been that. And probably neither one of us was really, it wasn't going to work ever, but me, I get all in my feelings, and I'm like a female when it comes to that. I'm like we had too much fun together. The sex was too good or something. It's like, oh, we got to be in a relationship. That's it. my ass need to realize that sometimes, you know, it's not that. Just have your fun and move on. Oh, we got somebody. What up, Doc?
Hey, hey.
Good to see you. Good to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, I tried. I was coming on last night, but I got there in about 2 hours and 45 minutes, and you were gone at 2. So
Yeah, I'm fighting a cold, and I wasn't feeling very well. I didn't feel like I was making good content, so I just jumped out of it.
understood. All I would have been able to do is wear your ass out anyway. Then.
Yeah, I feel better today, even though my voice sounds bad. I feel better. It's coming up, you know, like I'm coughing up the stuff, so I feel better.
Well, you know, you got kids in school.
Yeah.
2, you work in a restaurant where everybody has kids in school.
Yeah, that's where I think I got it from. Everybody's getting sick at work, so
this time of year we are exposed to all kinds of stuff that we don't normally cross. So we don't have those immunities built up. We hadn't got that kind of cold, you know. So
and then with the weather changes, and then you know what happens? We don't hydrate as much at this time of the year, especially here in Houston, right? Because we go through this long ass summer and it's hot, and you know we're drinking fluids like crazy because you pretty much have to, or you're literally gonna die.
Well, yeah, you drink 1.5 gallons of water all day long. You don't pee at all, and then as soon as the sun goes down, you're at the bathroom every 5 minutes.
Yeah, but then when it cools down, we stop drinking fluids as much. So when we're not flushing our system, and that's how we're dehydrated. It's not good. This is what I was talking about. Check this out. It says, this post right here, it says, y'all want relationships and dating to be 100% fun 24/7. And that's why you always with someone new every 3 to 7 months. What do you think about that? It's like this microwave generation where they just want instant gratification and they just want constant fun and they just want, you know.
Yeah, everybody wants to jump on to the next new good thing. You know, this comes from people that they never leave the romance phase. You know, if it's not new, if it doesn't hurt, if it doesn't make everything, you know, the colors in the sky explode and make things taste better, then it's not good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's the rainbows and unicorns.
It's either 100% passion or it's 100% poop.
No in between.
Yeah. And 90% of that comes from this new pay attention to me. You got to understand, no offense, ladies, but with the internet as popular as it is today, 3s have become 6s.
Yep.
6s have become 9s. And 9s and 10s are unicorns that don't really exist because most of the time, as soon as they open their mouth and anything other than looking at them becomes involved, their number decreases significantly.
That has definitely been my experience. Definitely has been my experience.
I mean, and yes, I understand I'm going to get some static for this, especially when I'm looking at maybe being a 3 or a 4 in the 55-year-old range right now.
Yeah. Dating in your 40s is I saw a post about that. It said dating in your 40s is like picking up trash, picking through. It's like scavenger hunt. Trying to find something that something used and picked over.
Is it usable or does it need to be recycled? That's kind of like a Leighton, and no offense, relating them to a used tire. You know, they start out like the little donut, barely able to fit, and then they get bigger and bigger, and eventually they'll fit a semi.
That's terrible right there.
It is absolutely terrible, but it still makes me laugh.
That is terrible. I'm gonna move on. We're gonna make everybody upset. All the women, at least. We already barely get any women watching the show.
It's like, welcome back, Doc. Shut the fuck up.
Let's do this story right here. It says Houston barbecue joints at a crossroads as fewer customers want to pay for expensive meat. Texas barbecue isn't what it was 10, even 5 years ago. What used to bring in hordes of customers willing to wait in long lines and pay a hefty sum for slabs of meat is now a crowded industry. Houston barbecue joints have had to pivot their business models, expanding menus and raising prices to make ends meet. It's quite the juxtaposition from when many established barbecue restaurants first opened in Houston with mounds of opportunity. The hard times can be traced back to the pandemic, recent economic woes, and meat prices. And they're just not that good. I mean, you go to a barbecue place, I don't know, I guess I'm kind of picky because I cook, but I go and the food is like mediocre and the price is astronomical. And I'm like, I just paid a bunch of money and I'm like, I wasn't happy with what I got. So
You got to remember, man, back not even, I mean, in our lifetime, since we've been paying for our own food, brisket has gone from the trash ass crap piece of meat that you had to have skill and knowledge to cook to being like $3, $4, $5 a friggin' pound.
Yeah.
I mean, briskets used to be able to get, a wheelbarrow full for $20 or $30. And now it's like $70 for a 20-pound brisket. I'm like, what the heck? And I mean, and if you can't cook it well, you
rough.
end up.
It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know whether you should eat it or fucking use it to sole your shoes with.
Yeah.
Crazy. I mean, and it is. It's like Wendy's turned bacon from a cheap, poor people's breakfast meat that we cook so we would have some grease for other things and things like that, to like, oh my God, it's premium now because they started coming out with the Baconator and the Bacon this, and all of a sudden America got onto it. Hey, this is fat and salt and it's okay because it's cheap. Yeah, give me more of that stuff.
And they put bacon in everything. I don't even really like bacon. But I remember when I was a kid, it was like thick cuts of bacon in the morning. And it was like, we had the tubs of lard my grandma cooked with, and that was really cheap. And it was like, yeah, so it was like, that has changed.
A lot of Hispanic and Mexican cooking still uses lard. Not as most of the Deep South has gone over to Crisco and vegetable shortening and stuff like that, which truthfully is healthier in one way, but not as healthy in many others.
Yeah. Because that's what they told everybody, that is so bad for you, which it is bad for you. But these damn saturated fat oils that we use are terrible too. Really
Absolutely. Bad. I mean, I will tell you the truth. My Hispanic friends are gonna friggin' turn me into a piñata for this. When I go looking for refried beans, I do my best to find ones without lard.
Yeah.
It's hard to find ones that taste good, though.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm sorry, I'm a refried bean guy. Who needs bean dip, man? Open a can of refried beans, pop them in the microwave, stir them up, grab your chips. You got bean dip.
Yeah, it's basically the same.
Yeah, throw some cayenne in there if you need a kick. Drizzle a little ranch on it if you're a white person. I mean, whatever it works.
Yeah, you're paying more for it just for the name of it, calling it bean dip. And I like refried beans, and it's really about it's cheap and something you stretch the food with. So that's the whole point. I mean, it's not supposed to be super flavorful or whatever. It's just something to stretch the food with or whatever. Like,
It's protein.
yeah.
It's beans. It's protein. It's farter starters. It's to get that bubble bath kicking.
I love refried beans. I ain't gonna lie. Let me read some comments. It says, how about not charging us an arm and a leg for 3 slices of brisket? Maybe lowering the prices is the answer. At this point, the same amount of food, but higher quality at a Korean barbecue joint is half the price. Yeah, you might as well go to a nice restaurant and go sit down and eat because you're going to pay the same price.
No, man, I'm telling you right now, I love me a big, nasty, size of your foot barbecue brisket baked potato.
Yeah.
With everything on it. I want the full heart attack. I mean, that to me is one of the times in life like a good red beans and rice or spaghetti with meat sauce. That's just one of those things that when you eat, you sit back and go, everything's going to be okay.
It's happy food. I used to love those 2 barbecue brisket baked potato thing, but I haven't had one in years because the last time I ate one, I got food poisoning like right afterwards, and I just have that memory connection to it. So when I smell it, I get kind of nauseous.
That's
It's the combination.
That's either bad cheese or they let something get into the sour cream and it went bad.
Yeah, and now I just can't eat it.
Oh man, that's with the try barbecue chicken. You say what you do is you find out which one of those items did it. Because for me,
it's the
mayo
combination. All of it
is the
together.
killer.
Well, when you put that combination together, there's something about the smell of it makes me not want to eat it. But I can eat all of the rest of it separately.
So do you get that kind of effect from a hot sauce every now and then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not the barbecue sauce then, because I was thinking it could be the vinegar and the barbecue sauce.
Well, it's something like I say, when you put it together, it has its own like aroma, and at that point, I can't eat it. But I can eat all of that stuff separately. Let me read another comment. It says, last time I went to a barbecue spot, I spent $60 on a plate. I'll just cook at home. And that's how I am. I'm going to enjoy it more. I'm going to get to season it up the way I want to. It's going to taste good, and it's going to be more of it and much, much, much cheaper.
Dude, we're working with a microwave and an air fryer right now. Good barbecue is like a blessing from God. I mean, we actually have to buy good barbecue. Well, there's a little barbecue spot on the left just past Hillcroft. I don't remember the name of it right off the top of my head. I want to say Crossroads, but it's not like that, or Cattle Crossing. They've got some really good barbecue. They are, yeah, it's the ones with the longhorns on it. It's
okay.
It's pretty good. It's the best barbecue I've had in the area since Big Daddy's closed down. Which Big Daddy's was a good one. I like their sides. We're missing 2 really good things in the area: a good mom and pop barbecue, and we're missing a good mom and pop burger. I mean, we've got a couple around, but we don't have, it's mostly greasy bar food if we want to go with good stuff like that around this area right now.
Yeah. We lost all of those small mom and pop restaurants during COVID. It's really, really sad.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've pretty much discussed how that was about getting rid of mom and pops and small and mid things and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Of course, I also think it was a mass plan project to put stuff in our water that shrank our clothes. Because everybody I talked to said their clothes seemed to get smaller during that year and a half we were locked down.
Well, we did eat a lot more. We was at home chilling and not moving around.
Yeah, I'm going with the clothes getting smaller still.
They didn't let us go get no exercise or fresh
Hey,
air.
this is my truth, man. Don't fuck with me.
Man, let's go on to this. It says Supreme Court announces it's adopting code of conduct. Breaking, the Supreme Court announced it's adopting a code of conduct after repeated ethics questions raised over acceptance of travel and gifts. ABC 13 posted this. Let me read some comments. It says, too little, too late. 2 of its judges should be forced to resign. Which 2 are they talking about? I know one is Clarence Thomas. Which one is the other one they're talking about? I don't know who's the other one.
I would say whoever has been on there longest other than him, or going since that, I would say probably another Republican one, because or conservative, because that seems to be the way they swing the bat right now.
I don't know which one they're talking about. Another one that says, are we also kicking Thomas out or sweeping his corruption under the rug? Another one that says, how about term limits? I like that idea.
I thought 20 years is a good idea.
Yeah, lifelong freaking.
Well, 20 years is one generation. 15 to 17, whatever they want to define it, but basically 20 years. By the time someone is born to the time they start having their own kids and growing up, that's about 20 years for a generation. Anything longer than that, I feel like they're not in touch with the same country that they had when they were taken into the office.
Mm-hmm.
And while they can be reappointed after 20 years, the seat becomes vacant. And of course, they become a contender for the seat, but it doesn't have to be them.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that was reasonable.
Yeah. What if we just rotated them in and out? I think you made that suggestion before, like just rolled new justices in periodically and rolled them in and rolled them out, rolled them in and rolled them out. Like they changed.
We got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we roll one out every year, that gives them a 9. So why don't we roll one out every 2 years? The longest one standing being the one. That's 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
From the time you apply to the time that you are moved out. And again, there's nothing stopping them from nominating you again.
Yeah.
We're not saying a career limit. We're seeing a limit of term of service.
Yeah.
Like the president has, like Congress has, and being 18 years, that's a career.
Yeah.
Everybody has the opportunity to have 3 careers in their life. You know? I mean, you get out of school, you got 20 to 40. Or even if you go about 15 years, you know, you've got a chance to work 10 to 15 years. Yes, he's running for Congress.
Yeah. So former QAnon shaman seen in January.
I wish they would stop calling him that and linking him to QAnon name.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair. Like, but this is like his nickname now. Like even the shaman part, it's like they just gave him that.
Well, you notice I've been calling him the shaman, but I've never called him QAnon shaman. I like the guy. I think this guy spent 7 years and shouldn't have. Especially after they released that video of them walking him around.
Yeah, so it says former QAnon shaman seen on January 6th Capitol attack, is apparently running for Congress. Jacob Chansley, that's what we should call him. The spear-carrying riot whose
I'm
horn...
good with shaman guy.
So Jacob Chansley, the spear-carrying rioter, see, there it goes again, the spear-carrying rioter, whose horned fur hat, bare chest, and face paint made him one of the more recognizable figures in January 6, 2021 assault on the U.S. Capitol, has filed a candidate statement of interest indicating he wants to run as Libertarian in next year's election for Arizona's 8th congressional district seat. The Phoenix area native previously pleaded guilty to a felony charge related to January 6 and served roughly 27 months in prison before being transferred to a halfway house earlier this year. So in a halfway house means he's not even really free yet.
It doesn't matter. He may not be able to run.
Yeah,
he's got an insurrection charge. He may not be able to run for any government office except state.
Well, shit, you could say the same thing.
Now,
for
if that's
Trump.
Arizona, now if that's no, he is not. He has not gotten a conviction. Everyone wants to say that about Trump. Oh well, he's charged. He is allegedly. He does not have a conviction.
So
Just saying.
Comments, it says, doesn't this directly go against the 14th Amendment? And that's what you're talking about right there.
Right, yeah. I mean, now, I don't know if that's all Congress or just president. But that also may be different on the Arizona state level if he's just running for a state seat. Because I'm sorry, it's obvious that these guys writing the article and writing all of this don't like this guy.
Yeah, the article is slanted.
And I'm sorry, this guy, they're so upset with him, but they don't remember literally all he did was get through to the Congress, the middle, and then said a prayer in the congressional theater. That's all he did.
Well, he got into the he wasn't supposed to be there, so you can say that. I mean,
well, he wasn't yet. He was escorted by the police and allowed to be through. You saw the videos. You showed the videos.
Yeah.
Even his own defense wasn't allowed to see and use those videos for his defense.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this guy got a raw deal on what was going on there, and he pled guilty. Excuse me, he did not plead guilty. He pled no contest.
Yeah, that's the same as pleading no guilty. Pleading guilty.
Yes and no. He actually literally sat back and said, I'm not going to say guilty, but I'm not going to call you a liar. I'm not going to fight these charges. I trust you to do the right thing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think 27 months was way too long for this guy.
Yeah, I want to say it's like 85% of cases go into plea deals. It guarantees you less time.
He may have done guilty, but I remember his original plea was no contest. He may have gone guilty to only get 2 years for it, which is insane to me.
Let's read some comments. It says, same dude that cried because he needed vegan food in prison, right? Another one that says, how is he not in jail? Well, he kind of is because he's on house arrest. Another comment that says he's
halfway house. That's parole.
Yeah, halfway house. Yeah, but if you're in a halfway house, you can't leave. You're
that's still parole and not jail, man.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Another comment says he sat in a big chair. Videos show Capitol Police let him in the chamber. Nice try, fake news, libs media. What's fake about this? Like, what's fake about this? I wish people wouldn't do that. Like, I mean, they are slanted with what they're saying. They're calling them QAnon shaman, and they said something up here at the front, but this is not fake news. I mean, he's running for Congress. He went to jail. This is all true.
Well, no, that's what he's bringing up what I did about how, you know, he shouldn't have been in jail. He didn't say it well, but the guy should have never been in the jail in the first place. I mean, all kinds of screwed up things happened with his case and stuff like that. And he literally just wanted to get it over with. And there's no videos anywhere of him acting in any violent capacity in any way.
This guy has great teeth. Look at that. Like, perfect set of teeth there. Comments that says, not only can he not run, he's no longer allowed to vote. Another one that says, I thought once convicted of insurrection, you aren't allowed to run for office. Doesn't the 14th Amendment say he cannot?
No, I'm sorry about this is something that everybody hate on Mr. 45 about. He restored some of that legislation that was helped put in by our current president back in the day, that people who have had felonies can vote again.
Mm-hmm.
And personally, while I think that if they're doing the felony and currently serving for it, no. But if they have paid their due to society, if they've gone to jail, if they're out, they're done with their parole, they're done with all of that, then there's absolutely no reason in the world why they should not be able to vote.
Yeah, well, it depends on the state, because I want to say, I remember it was either Georgia or it was Florida where these people, they went to jail for voting because they had felonies and they thought that they could vote, but they couldn't. Read some more comments. It says, this defines insanity. No one can take this country seriously ever again. Another one that says, China and Russia are standing back and laughing at U.S. politics, just saying, and it's truly sad. Another one, well, we have the man who incited it running for president, so no surprise. Couple more. It says he's a perfect candidate for the Republican Party.
I think your camera connection is a little weird. You're occasionally pixelating the lower half of your personal picture, not anything else, just your picture.
Yeah, I was noticing that. It's probably a shortage in my thing. This camera is old now. I need to update my equipment.
Do you reseat the plug every now and then?
Not during the show.
So I would say after the show, try to just reseat the connection and it may stop it for a while.
Yeah. I unplug everything after the show.
Oh, okay.
It's another comment that says, wow, and I bet Trump is going to endorse him and put him in as a running mate. Wow, that would be interesting. But then he said he's running as a libertarian.
Yeah,
So
libertarian is Republican light, and we're allowed to smoke pot.
yeah. So if he's running for libertarian, then that wouldn't line up. Another comment that says, rioter, I think you mean terrorist. Another one that says, and you just gave him a platform. Thanks. Oh, they're hating. Haters.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look at that guy and considering him a terrorist. That really makes me feel like you think the world is extremely fragile. I mean, or at least your world is.
Let's play this.
So the lesson drawn from that is that you cannot destroy a terrorist ideology with military means alone. You have to have politics, you have to have diplomacy, you have to have humanitarian aid, because you can kill a terrorist, but if you destroy or kill innocent civilians, you create more terrorists in the process. So that is why I am adamant that to support Israel, to do this the right way, we have to put front and center the protection of civilians. I fought 3 times in Iraq and Afghanistan. This nation spent 20 years at war, spent over $3 trillion to destroy Al-Qaeda, to destroy ISIS, and yet those organizations still exist. So the lesson drawn from that is that you cannot destroy a terrorist ideology with military means alone. You have to have politics, you have to have diplomacy, you have to have humanitarian aid, because you can kill a terrorist, but if you destroy or kill innocent civilians, you create more terrorists in the process. So that is why I am adamant that to support Israel, to do this the right way, we have to put front and center the protection of civilians. I
think that's a good point. This guy's making a good point. Comments, it says, only president not to start a war is Donald J. Trump. Another comment, it says, bring back the Orange Ranger, Trump 2024. Another one, 7,000 children already dead. Who can ever forgive or forget now? Another comment, it says, come on, man, who's the real terrorist? Who has always been the real terrorist? It says, they still going to argue this. They don't want peace. They want land. One more, it says, why do you always call freedom fighters terrorists? All of the freedom fighters were created by America. How about you stay out of other people's countries? Another comment, last one. Student debt could have been eliminated. Free college could have been implemented. Our tax dollars only serve to grow the military-industrial complex and benefit the rich. His comment about, creating terrorists is a key comment. And then he's like, we fought against Al-Qaeda and ISIS and all of that. And it's like, that situation has grown and become worse. It's like, we're not safer as a country as a result of the war on terror. So what did it succeed in doing?
Dude, it didn't matter if we went over there and bombed all that shit. These people would still be coming out of here like that. These are, and I'm not speaking in any particular things, but what's going on here is religious fanaticism at the heart of all this. So I'm not going to point a finger either way, but it's not going to stop. We literally broke the USSR by getting them involved and tangled up in the Middle East for 20, 30 years. And then as soon as they backed out and left, we jumped in. And then we damn near broke our freaking country. I'm one of the people that understands that this fight has been going on for 10,000 years. It's, we got to understand, we need to do what we can to help stop civilian people dying and stuff like that. But as long as there's sides fighting each other, that will not stop until the other side is eradicated to the last, it's not going to end. And there's nothing we can do to stop that. That's another ball game that the whole rest of the world can't get a grip on, because while we have religious fanaticism, we don't have it to that degree. The Crusades are over. The jihad never ended.
Let's play this.
This is an unlawful arrest. I have a First Amendment right.
Parents have had it, Jack. I don't really think I've seen something spur up with so much passion out of the grassroots.
It's not grassroots. You fucking started it. You lit the fire, and then as it was warmed up, we're like, I've never seen a fire like this. It's like when a dog vomits on a carpet and then eats it and looks at you like, can I get a treat for cleaning that up? No! You made the mess in the first place. Suddenly, we're banning CRT, we're restricting race teaching, we're banning books, and Florida has legislation to make it illegal for a white person to feel uncomfortable. In Florida, in this new age of Biden, right-wing media had to work a little harder on their bespoke harm-to-table critical race theory nonsense.
Kids across America are being force-fed the critical race theory poison. You have to get organized.
Turn around and say, I don't want Marxists, I don't want communists teaching my kid.
Complain vocally, loudly.
So you're the racist.
This is an unlawful arrest.
So it says more of Jon Stewart's segment on the media. It says, comments, it says the fact that CRT is only taught in law school, this was the first line of attack to destroy our public education. The rich want obedient and do not want anyone who can think for themselves. Another one, it says, take responsibility, go for president. You say you're a comedian. Reagan and Zelensky too. Another comment, it says, I miss the more central Jon Stewart, the one that could see the problem with both sides. Now he's become a left shill that overlooks the left idiocy. It says, next thing you know, they'll claim slavery never existed and the Japanese weren't put in camps during World War II. It says, Florida banned the Diary of Anne Frank. Unreal. I hate what's happening to this country. Another one, it says, John, the fact that you ignore our failing schools speaks volumes about you and your focus. Another one, it's so crazy. I wish my teachers even had enough time to consider teaching anything else. They are superhumans that love their students. It says, I live in Florida and the ignorance is bliss. It's so true down here. The new college students are suffering at the hands of DeSantis and his self-appointed cronies. The school system was a mess before this. Now they're banning books. Fascism is alive and well in Florida, folks. They say that the party of freedom, but the first to restrict people's rights for political BS. More comments. John, I'm begging you to run for president. America needs you and your knowledge and humor in our White House. Another one, every American should read the book, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. It will open your eyes to what's going on in our country. It says, Florida, it sucks here, and when it comes to common sense. Couple more. So many reasons why I left Florida, but I spent the money and paid 2 rents to leave as soon as possible, just in case they were going to try to prevent people from moving out. It says, so ridiculous, it's a college course.
Okay, this banning Anne Frank is bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on it. They are not banning the Diary of Anne Frank. They have removed a recent graphic novel adaptation, comic book version of Anne Frank because parts of it involve them walking through some statues of topless women, of one of the girls talking to another about, what is it? I'm trying to find. At one point, the bank shows the protagonist walking in a park enchanted by female nude statues and later proposing to a friend that they show each other their breasts. Is one of the scenes in the comic book adaptation of the Diary of Anne Frank. So they're not banning the adaptation, or they're not banning the Diary of Anne Frank. They're banning or removing this graphic novel from schools, which that's a completely see. That's why I'm sorry, because I'm one of those people that, you know me and how I feel about banning. And I'm like, I had to see why. If Florida's actually doing that, I want to see why. Because, no offense, it shows how bad truly, things can be. And it's something that Florida would want people to read about.
Yeah, you would think.
Thought police turning on each other's and things like that. That's something that. So I had to look that up, and when I looked it up, I realized they didn't. They're banning is not the right word. They're removing it from schools.
Yeah.
They're not taking it off the public shelves. You can get it in the comic book store. You can get it. They're not stopping anyone from buying it, purchasing it, or receiving it. They are just removing it from middle schools and lower.
Yeah, we're definitely in a war.
I don't find that unreasonable.
Information war where they play with words, and they make everything political, and they make it so words you have to pick a side, and they know that people they know that people are just going to read the headline and they're just going to run with it, and that's the problem. Like, yeah, look that shit up so you can know what the hell it really is, instead of getting all emotional. That's the thing too. They want to trigger people, so they trigger people, they get them all emotional, and then they pick a side, and then they run with it. They don't even know what they're mad about.
Trick them and trigger them. That's the problem. Like I say, you saw, I was going to get my back up and start ranting about what the fuck Diary of Anne Frank. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm upset that they've taken the ninja word out of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. I mean, it is said in the place, it is said in the time. It is not used as an offense or to keep anyone down. It is not used as a negative. It's just used as a word. I can't find fault in it. Now,
I don't like when they change up original works. Like, leave it in its original
I'm more offended at Django Unchained's use of the word than I am in Tom Sawyer.
Man, I love that movie, Django Unchained. We were just talking about that.
I am not saying anything about that. That's a pretty good fucking movie.
Yeah, but changing up the original way something was written or whatever, like, we can't look at history through a contemporary lens, or we can't look at the past through a contemporary lens. You know what I mean? We want to try to understand history, but we have to leave it in its present, in the way that it was, so that we can understand the mindset.
If we sanitize it like that, then what is the purpose of talking about slavery in its reality?
Yeah, we won't never be able to talk about anything in its reality if we sanitize it and clean it up and change it. Then we won't even
I'm all for making it age appropriate.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, like, if it's not age appropriate, then don't let them see it until they're at an appropriate age. Don't change the original.
No, I look at it just like the books. If we're going to ban books and things like that, we have decided that certain subjects are age appropriate and not.
Yeah,
therefore,
don't change it.
Yeah, I mean, there, like I say, you don't have to put all the gory details in at every level as you start to learn.
Yeah, so, but I like the idea when we were talking about before on the show of putting the, like, NC-17 or whatever, rated R, rated PG, put a rating system on the books, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we do it with movies, we do it with TV shows, and it's not like people aren't gonna see it or consume that media outside of that group, but it puts a responsible situation to where adults can know what's going on.
Yeah. So,
We
but
just
don't
have to
change it and
we
don't
just have
ban
to
it.
make sure that societal best interest is what's in the interest of these people making these suggestions, and they're not basing it off of fundamental religious values.
Let me play this.
And I'm saying fundamental religious values because, I'm not speaking just of Christianity. I mean, you can imagine how fun romance movies and like college movies would be if all of a sudden we had people that followed Shiara ideas rating our movies.
Well, we wouldn't get anything. Same thing if we had the Amish who was deciding on what we could watch.
Absolutely.
Let me play this.
And that really drove home to me the idea that these rounds were not just going out in the commercial market, but were actually turning up in some pretty heinous crimes. Most recently, we've seen ammunition with the Lake City mark showing up in the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde, the Parkland shooting, Aurora, Colorado. We found a dozen mass shootings where Lake City ammunition was used. The ammunition was also seized from people who protested on January 6th. It was the U.S. government manufactures most of its rifle ammunition at this facility. And this ammunition has been found at a lot of the worst shootings carried out with an AR-15 style gun over the last decade. Lake City Army Ammunition Plant is this sprawling government facility that's outside of Kansas City in Missouri. It has the capacity to produce 1.5 to 1.6 billion rounds of ammunition every year. For most of its history, it produced exclusively ammunition for the U.S. military. But over the course of the last decade, that's changed pretty significantly. In the 90s, it began producing commercial ammunition. And by 2020, as much as 2/3 of the ammunition produced at Lake City was going on the commercial market with very little public oversight. It's sold to wholesalers. It's sold to big box retailers. For a long time, it was sold at Walmart. As I started looking at this ammunition, one of the first documents that I came across was a mention of Lake City in the context of a court case related to the shooting on the Las Vegas Strip in 2017. And that really drove home to me the idea that these rounds were not just going out in the commercial market, but were actually turning up in some pretty heinous crimes.
So it says, Army ammunition plant is tied to mass shootings across the U.S. Lake City Army ammunition plant Lake City Army ammunition plant in Independence, Missouri, was built during World War II and has made nearly all of the rifle cartridges used by the U.S. military since it pulled out of Vietnam. In recent years, it has also pumped billions of rounds of military-grade ammunition into the commercial market. An investigation by the New York Times found leaving the LC signature scattered across crime scenes, including the sites of some of the nation's most heinous mass shootings. The plant, operated by a private contractor with Army oversight, is now one of the country's biggest manufacturers of commercial rounds for the popular AR-15, and it remains so even as the U.S. government supplies ammunition to Ukraine. The vast majority of Lake City rounds sold by retailers have been purchased by law-abiding citizens, including hunters, farmers, and target shooters. Some of those people are drawn to the ammunition because it's made with the same materials and often to the same specifications as the military's. Others see the rounds as authentic accessories for the tactical weapons and gear. But more than 1 million pages of search warrants, police evidence logs, ballistics reports, forfeiture records, and court proceedings compiled by the Times provide a sweeping account of how Lake City ammunition, once intended for war, has also cut a criminal path through towns and cities in nearly all 50 states. So yeah, what do you think?
So I think that this is bullshit. That they're trying to link them and blame them. I mean, if Subway is the only distributor of Subway sandwiches and has 80% of the market, then it is not surprising that Subway shows up in 80% of food crimes. When it has both military and commercial market and is the number one supplier in both, is it not unreasonable that it is going to show up? Is it their fault? Because they don't supply to end users, do they? Not a single instance in anything that they said says that they sell to people who do these crimes. That's actually Walmart and the places that buy their bulks and rebox them and sell them for themselves. I mean, these guys just all they do is make bullets. That's all.
That makes sense. Well, you know where I would go on this, I would say, you should limit Walmart, all of those points of sales, where it's going to end up in the hands of regular folks.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying these guys. Okay. Blaming these guys for mass shootings is like blaming cattle ranchers for McDonald's making you fat.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's read some comments. It says, it's crazy.
Crap, man. These guys make good money. I want to open a bullet company.
Yeah, well,
it's obvious that sales are going to do nothing but go up.
Well, you see, they got a monopoly on it. So if you did try to, they're going to smash
they
it
don't,
out.
Though.
80% sounds like a monopoly to me.
Well, see, here's the deal, though. As a black man, or even better, file the paperwork in your daughter's name. As a black woman, the government, as long as you can get within a reasonable amount of price, has to give you a contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, minority owned businesses and things like that get first thing on that. Like I said, I think building a bullet making company is a great idea. I'm sorry, but at the same time, I also prepared for the zombie apocalypse by making sure that I know how to pack and make bullets.
Yeah.
Hey, I might eat a lot. I might be a little bit slow, but I can keep you. I can keep you in bullets as long as we get the brass, man. So I have a use. You're going to help keep me alive because I'm going to help keep all of us alive.
Yeah, all this story says to me is that there's a monopoly or near monopoly in every sector. It's 1, 2, maybe 3 companies that dominate every sector. And I think that's a problem. I think we need competition. I think we need a healthy market.
So how many bullet companies do we need?
Well, more than 3 that provides all of the bullets. I mean, so what happens if
it makes it a lot easier to track when they've got lot numbers and manufacturer numbers on them like that?
Well, you can do that still and have other companies that do it. I mean, what happens if this company is infiltrated or something, like they're taking over, or I don't know, they go out of business, something happens to them, then where are we going to get bullets from? What if somebody infiltrates the company and sabotages the bullets from this company? Somebody gets in there and sabotages it. And we got a bunch of sabotaged bullets throughout the military.
Then we stop sending them overseas and we keep them for a few years because we got 3 to 5 years worth of it here for us to use. And shit, man, things get real bad. I bet you we can do a turn-in program and arm our military for another 3 to 6 months.
That's a good topic. There was something I saw about a gun buyback program that they did recently.
Oh yeah, you got to make special rules now. Because I've got a file for a gun that I can print using a 3D printer. And by some of these rules, I can bring in a single fire gun thing like that and get a couple of $100 for it, and it only costs me about $5-10 in printable materials. I just print off about 10, 15, 20 of them and go in and get myself all kinds of gift cards. It's been happening.
So it looks like maybe it was Hawaii that I saw that did it.
Hawaii has done one. California has done them many times. Houston has done one. Houston got nailed for one guy bringing like 10 or 12 of the printed ones and having to give him like a couple of $100 a piece for them.
They didn't know they were printed?
Oh yeah, you can tell when they're printed. It's pretty obvious when you've got a computer printed, 3D printed anything.
So I guess they didn't care.
It didn't matter. They had no choice but to take them because it was the way that it was the way the buyback program was worded. The guy took advantage of it. It's actually kind of a funny damn the man, and the man happens to be the cops in the city in this point.
Well, I guess the results are still, what they want is less guns on the street. So whether it was a printed gun or not, I guess it still gets.
That's just it. He used the material and printed them for the buyback program. They never would have been on the street had it not been for the buyback program in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, they made them specifically to take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. Let's read some comments. It says, it's crazy when ammunition comes alive and tries to kill people. Another one, it says, bullets used in gun crimes. Who would have guessed? Another one, it says, very, very silly article. Another one, it says, ban them. It would be easy. Another one, it says, crazy. I wonder how many crimes they also stop. Another one, it says, don't trust the government. Arm yourselves now. It says, buy as many guns as you legally can before registry is created. It says, yes, it's pretty ridiculous that we, America, can crack down on cigarettes, but not ammunition. It says, all gun laws are constitutional infringements. Another one, it says, alcohol maker makes alcohol used in domestic abuse, drunk driving accidents, and other various crimes. Another one, surprise, surprise, the government won't ban guns because it won't make them money. The fact that they value their pockets over lives is so disappointing. It says, so if there's an army weapons supply plant, how the F are civilians, rather mass shooters, getting access to these military supplies? because they're buying them at Walmart, bro. And it's the same bullets. That's all. It says gasoline is involved in nearly every DUI death in the U.S. Ban gas now. Another one that says bullets don't fire on their own. Yeah, I think they are kind of off by attacking the bullet manufacturing company.
You know, at least when they go after the gun companies, they're going after what fired the bullet. I mean, I at least see more correlation to that than I do going after the bullet manufacturer. Especially since while the bullets are made for both the military and civilian, the guns made for military are not available on the civilian market in general.
Yeah, so the weapon being able to fire, so many rounds, in a second, I think that is where, like, if you got weapons of war on the streets, that's a problem,
Hey,
like you wouldn't want.
I'm glad they took out fully automatic weapons. I'm glad they took the bump stock was another one that helps you fire faster. That's not needed in civilian hands. You don't need to fire any faster than you can pull that trigger.
Yeah.
That is reasonable.
Yeah. It's like you wouldn't want people to have access to tanks and rocket launchers and, bombs, grenade launchers and shit. Like, you're not using that for hunting, that's for sure.
Well, I don't use my Dragon Breath shotgun round for hunting either, but I guarantee you that it's also not something I'm just generally going to be shooting around either.
Yeah. I remember the buckshot was that's what was always around. I guess, me being people from the country, my dad's people were from the country, so it was always buckshot shells around,
You got buckshot, you got bird shot, you got another shot, and then you got $1.80 shot.
Yeah, and those seem, more plausible. Like I say, like rifles, you gotta load them. It only can hold so many shots. But you can use those for self-defense too. I mean, if you got like, what, a 80-aught or whatever, like it can only hold like 6 to 8 shots in there, right? Like, why would you need, even if it was somebody,
shotgun, you're only allowed to have, I think, 3 shells, even though most of them without the jams in them can normally hold up to 8.
Yeah, so you don't need, I mean, even if it's somebody who's attacking you or whatever, and you need to protect yourself, I mean, that's going to take care of business.
I'm
man.
sorry. I'm sorry. You can't tell me if I'm protecting myself that I can only do it with so many shots. I'm sorry. If they're coming in my house after me, fuck a bunch of how many I can have. Because I'm going to shoot till they're not coming. And if I run out of shots because of some dumb arbitrary friggin' law and I get killed, well, that's just kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah, but like I say, with the buckshot, that shit spreads out. It's like,
and it does spread out, but it also does less damage.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, less lethal, I think, is an argument. That's where we can go with this. People don't want to give up their guns. Okay, cool. Let's go less lethal.
So let's make them less efficiently protect you.
I don't think less lethal means less protection.
Hey, personally, I'm happy if it's for home defense. Myself, if I'm gonna grab the shotgun, you're gonna end up with a whole bunch of rock salt.
Yeah, man, pepper them up real good, like they
I
say.
mean, that's a kick in the chest like a fucking mule, and a whole bunch of 3 to 7 days of, dude, I fucked around and found out.
Right, they're out of commission.
But I'll
that's what
tell
I mean.
you, if it's more than 2 or 3 people coming in, you're gonna die of lead poisoning from the fucking AK.
Shit, I don't know, man. That first guy get his leg blown completely the fuck off. The other ones are gonna think again.
Rock salt ain't gonna do that though. It's a different kind of charge.
Yeah.
See, you're advocating the big buckshot and stuff like that, which is actually more deadly, does bigger holes. If you're gonna do that, personally, my choice with a shotgun is to drop slugs on people. It'll stop semis. It'll blow a hole through your chest about the size of a baby's fist.
Yeah, I've seen what those things can do. Not against a person, but I've shot a lot of those, and I know what they can do. Like, ooh.
Have you ever shot $80 shot before?
I think so.
It's 18 dimes packed into a shotgun shell. I think it's a 12 gauge shot. You want to talk about slicing up some meat.
Let's play this.
I mean, that's what that does. You shot Dragon's Breath before, haven't you? White
I don't think
phosphorus
so.
round?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't shot that.
Oh my God, I'm getting a woody just thinking about it. I mean, seriously, you should try that one.
Let's play this because we're gonna end up arguing about the guns. It says, I keep telling folks this is not a real patriarchal system. It's not even a democratic nation. Let me play this.
As women to leave their husbands and take the kids, destroy men and get paid to do it, or skip marriage altogether and just have children for the paycheck. I mean, is there really any opportunities that we want that we do not have? I know there's plenty of things that we don't want to do, and luckily we can just leave that to the men, while this evil patriarchy ideology conditions little girls to cringe at the thought of being just a mom and debases building homemaker skills in favor of building an army of boss is ready to tear down the patriarchy, when all it's really doing is tearing apart families, tearing apart relationships, and tearing down our femininity. And with that goes our chance at peace in our home, peace in our communities, in our nation, and on this planet. And maybe that's the point. We need to dismantle the patriarchy. We could consider that there are actually more women than men in universities, more women than men who hold PhDs. Women are being preferentially selected for jobs, not for being the best candidates, but to fill equity quotas that favor women. Women hold all the power in divorce courts. Laws incentivize women to leave their husbands and take the kids, destroy men and get paid to do it, or skip marriage altogether and just have children for the paycheck. I mean, is there really any opportunities that we want that we do not have? I know there's plenty of things that we don't want to do, and luckily we can just leave that to the men, while this evil patriarchy ideology conditions little girls to cringe at the thought of being just a mom and debases building homemaker skills in favor of building an army of boss is ready to tear down the patriarchy, when all it's really doing is tearing apart families, tearing apart relationships, and tearing down our femininity. And with that goes our chance at peace in our home, peace in our communities, in our nation, and on this planet. And maybe that's the point.
Yeah, I really think this is a great post right here. And it's really great that it's coming from a female too. So it's like, you know, I was making the argument that, you know, patriarchy is not really real in the way that they look at it now. there is a thing where it comes to like owning property and, you know, passing your property on and stuff like that, you know. But this hyper feminism movement that has come about is saying that it's pushing against the patriarchy, but the results are only just the households being, you know, torn apart, you know, and that is the results of it, and that's really, really horrible. And it's like, so it's leaving women in an uncomfortable position too. You know, they have to make a decision. Are they going to go with this feminism thing, or you know, or are they going to keep the household together? You know what I mean? It's making a war of the sexes, you know, like men versus women, you know, instead of like, we can look at the issues, the inequalities. One part of it is that you can't, where the hyper feminism thing kind of gets lost, is you can't have real equality between men and women. You can't treat men exactly the same as you treat women, and women don't really want that. You know, they it sounds like they do, or they think that they do, but they really don't. You know, and like I say, in reality, you can't treat women the same as men. It's kind of like the idea of the transgender deal, where you have, you know, a guy who wants to beat up women in the UFC, you know, and that in that case, you're treating men and women exactly the same, but the men are just going to bash the hell out of the women, beat them to a pulp, you know. And so you can't treat men and women exactly the same. You can't do that. But, you know, you can have fairness. You know, it's not the same as like equality. You have fairness. You know what I'm saying? You know where I'm going with this, right? Like what I'm trying to say here, because I feel like I'm
Oh no, I'm letting you dig, brother. I'm letting you dig.
Yeah, I'm trying to clear this up, but it's like
this is your thoughts on it. I'm deliberately staying out. You're actually doing a good job of speaking like it like normal. And both the left and the right side of my brain, which you know I can think both ways, are sitting here going, "Oh God, oh God, oh God," as you're saying this.
I'm trying to say it, you know,
you got a pretty dance going on. Keep dancing, brother. Keep dancing.
It's a tough one. It really is a tough one. But like I say, I stand on the fact that you can't treat men and women exactly the same. Women want to get certain privileges, and men get certain privileges. That's just that's what we really want. We don't really want to treat women exactly the same. Like if you know, who opens the door for whoever or whatever, you know. But as far as paying the bills, you know, we can split the bills and that's perfectly fine or whatever. But a lot of women would be happy with the man paying the bills. So it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to choose one, you know. And this hyper feminism, you know, leads to a broken household, is what it is. It leads to war of the sexes. It leads to us, you know, not being functional. It leads to a toxic ass environment, you know.
It's led from a 20% to 70% divorce rate in the brown community.
And
excuse me, of non-coupled homes. I won't even throw marriage rates into it. I'll just say of single households, single parent families.
Right.
Yeah, single parent families.
So yeah, but there is an area where you can make things more fair for women in our laws, especially when it comes to property, stuff like that, you know. So, but I like to say, like, the patriarchy is.
How can we make property laws more fair toward women? How are they not fair toward women already? You're confusing me.
Well, it has to do with like inheritance, stuff like that. Like, yeah, I'm thinking about multiple things at one time. I was about to make a point and you made me lose it, but it was, I've lost it.
No, because see, I don't know what you're talking about. How it's unfair for women. Inheritance laws are unfair for women. Though I understand what you're talking about is they generally go toward firstborn son.
Right. Firstborn son skips over the female.
Well, that's because of that is partly patriarchy if you think about it, but it is about family name. It falls to the next one that carries the family name. And since the woman tends to be the one to change their name or to adopt a new name, that's why that has gone through. Truthfully, I've always been of the mind, I like the idea of everything should go down through the matriarchal mind because, you may not know whose daddy that is, but you sure as hell know whose mama that is.
Exactly. So that's where I'm saying.
May not know, you may not know what put that in you, but you sure as hell know where it came out of.
That's what I was going to say is that the illusion of the patriarchy too is that, like, even generally the female is the one who runs the household anyway. Like, it may appear that the man is the one, and she's his counsel. He makes his decisions or whatever.
Even as far as Roman days, it was known that the women generally run the house.
Yeah, so that's.
That is actually tradition.
Yeah, so when they make the argument of the patriarchy, in that sense, it's not really real. It's an illusion. It appears to be the man running it, but everybody knows the woman runs the household. At the end of the day.
Well, the man pays. The man is the head of the household. When the big decisions are made, the man makes those decisions. But the day-to-day running of the household is the woman's job.
Yeah, so then that's what it is. Like, what I'm trying to say is that it's like the plug in the socket. It's like the hand in hand. It's like they fit each other. There's the point is to complement each other, to do the job. One person has a job, the other one has a job. They for everything to work.
Well, putting it out online, what the word you're trying, the description you're trying to find is traditional gender roles. And that is the problem is with the patriarchy is that is a forcing of traditional gender roles.
Well,
but at the same time, women mock a man who chooses not to work and chooses to stay home, take care of the baby, and things like that.
Because they've been brainwashed.
Women in society both do.
And that's when they uphold this.
Please stop using the word brainwashed as much as you do.
Well, conditioned. How about that?
That's better, because brainwashed implies a purposeful, choiceful, negative connotation to the way people think. When you tell me I'm brainwashed, I don't want to listen to what you say anymore, because you're already saying that I can't help it and that I'm wrong no matter what.
Yeah, well, that's not my intention. So, but what I'm saying
is
it's nothing wrong.
Be gentle, man. Be gentle.
It's nothing wrong with a household where the woman is paying the bills and the man is taking care of the kids in the house. Like,
absolutely not.
It's nothing wrong with that. That's what I mean. It's like,
as long as it is consensual on both sides,
and it works for your household, So then that's where this whole thing kind of gets lost, in that you know, and that's the reason why we got these broken households where it's like, if the man can't pay all the bills or whatever, then what do I need a man for? So then that, like, okay, well, that's a problem, because so what, you're going to work and you're going to take care of the kids? Like, why
Shit,
would
I get
you even
support.
want
I
to do
get
that?
support from each baby daddy plus a bonus from the state for each one, up to 5.
And I get that, the monetary side, but still, you're losing because you don't have that other support, the stuff that doesn't have to do with money. You know, someone to help around the house, someone to show up at the kids' games, someone to pick them up from school, you know, someone to help
Someone
teach
to
them.
stop them from becoming another victim, statistic, or aggressor on the street.
Protection, you know, that you can't do everything. And why would you want to?
Someone
you know,
to stop them from perpetuating the cycle and them going out and doing the exact same thing. Someone
And
to
that's
show
what
them that
happens.
there is a different way, there is a better way.
And you hear the women say, you know, my dad wasn't there and I turned out fine, so my kids don't need a dad. They're gonna be fine, just like I was. And it's like,
My dad wasn't there. My kids are going to be fine. All 3 of them. All 3 of the different baby daddies. I don't need any of them either. But I'm going to be fine. They're going to be fine. Because we know we're black and we're going to vote for Joe Biden.
so Democrats got a monopoly on the black vote. I covered that near the show too, but you wasn't here. Let me read some
I
comments.
know. I've been throwing that joke out since the day he said it.
Yeah. The Democrats really do feel that way. They feel like, you know, that, you know, the black vote don't have any choice but to do Democrats. And you're crazy if you don't vote Democrat. If you're
Hey,
black.
what you would have bet 10 to 15 years from now, we'll be fucking sitting here still talking shit online, and they're going to come after him for it.
Yeah.
After he's dead, he'll be fair game, and they're going to be like, well, he did do all these kind of bad things.
I think that's coming around right now. Like, that's coming soon. Yeah, the Democrats are in trouble right now. I think Trump is finna slide on into. We're looking at a Trump presidency coming.
We don't have a good candidate on either side. For the first time in a long, long time, I'm looking at all these people and going, I'm not comfortable with any of you leading my country. I'm not comfortable with any of you people running for this office representing me as my president.
I feel the same way.
Because I'm sorry, man. But the two major, I'm sorry, Biden out, Trump out, DeSantis out, Rami Rapizjay out, dude. I don't remember what it said. He said something that just, I'm like, no. He's like the Saturday Night Live candidate. Is he really there to do this, or is he just pushing cred and trying to be funny? Is he trying to up his followers? You know, is he trying to be an influencer, or is he actually really running for this thing?
Yeah, I think he's got some kind of business interest related to running.
I think he's doing it for the trading power of the votes he can get. Well, I will back you up when it comes down to it if you give me these concessions.
Let me play this right here. It says, a good Samaritan spoke with ABC 13 after risking his life in the middle of a shootout on Southwest Freeway to drag an injured officer to safety.
Frantic moment, he got the injured officer to safety.
Come on, you're okay, bro. You're okay.
You're okay. Over here.
HPD Chief Troy Finner says officers were chasing a man driving a stolen car when he crashed into several cars near Chimney Rock. After the crash, the suspect came out of his car and began firing at police.
All right, come this way.
A drastic turn of events for John Lawley, a former criminal who became a hero Saturday morning. He was driving on the Southwest Freeway around 10 a.m. when he found himself in the middle of a shootout between a carjacking suspect and multiple Houston police officers. Lawley saw one of them get shot and didn't think twice before coming to the rescue.
I got you.
Just kind of ran over there and I grabbed that guy with the other police officer, and me and him together, we grabbed him by his vest and we dragged him behind the truck. And I kind of tucked him underneath the truck so he wouldn't get shot again.
Lawley documented the entire ordeal, even the frantic moment he got the injured officer to safety.
Come on, you're okay, bro. You're okay. You're okay. Over here.
HPD Chief Troy Finner says officers were chasing a man driving a stolen car when
Man, what was he holding his phone while I was doing this? Man, Houston streets is crazy
man.
nowadays.
Good man.
Let's read some comments. It says, to disrespect this man by saying a former criminal before acknowledging his heroic act of saving a cop's life is tasteless and degrading. The proper way should have been acknowledging the act itself in that moment and speaking nothing about his past. The news reporter and team should be ashamed of themselves. Well, they wouldn't have such a catchy headline.
I agree with everything except his last sentence. They shouldn't be ashamed of themselves for doing it. We know why they did it, and no offense. At the same time, it is he was a bad person at one point and is now a hero. He didn't think twice about. He may have had some problems in his past, but he just helped save a police officer's life today. Yeah. I mean, if you spin it that way, it's a positive story. But I believe it should have also been mentioned after, not before.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great, like I said, all of our heroes have to have flaws now. You can't just be a fucking hero. To me, I don't give a shit if he's, I could give a shit less what he was, you know. I don't care if he was a kitty thing going on, stuff like that. He helped grab the man and pull him to fucking safety and shit, and that's the act of someone that's a good guy.
Held his hand while he was hurting in pain.
A couple more comments. It says, his heroic act had nothing to do with his background. They could have left that out. It says, why did y'all have to say former criminal doing too much per usual? It says, OMG, what is happening, Houston? That's what I'm saying. It seems like it's so many stories like this. Like, I feel for HPD, like they have to go through so much. They got so much on their plate. Like,
dude, you do understand we're a blue city, right?
I hear people saying that, but I just like, I don't know how that, you know, and we're a red state, so.
Yes, and blue cities are increasing in all kinds of stuff. And you got to understand, it's because of the people coming to them in mass. It's a pressure. It turns it into a pressure cooker.
I don't agree with that.
It's a mental state thing more than it is a organized criminal thing. Because this is not an organized criminal. This is just random fucked up dude.
Yeah, I don't agree with that framing. I mean, it's crime all across the nation. I mean, Houston is a big city. It's like the fourth largest city?
Oh no. We have a whole lot more organized. We have a lot more gang stuff going on. We've got a big MS-13 problem. Big.
And I don't
We are a major trafficking hub.
and I don't think that I think that has more to do with our position on the map than who is the governing body of this city. You know,
Not when we've been turned into a sanctuary city and the public didn't even really know about it. They weren't given the choice. The mayor made the choice.
yeah, I don't agree with that framing. Let's read some more. It says, sprinkle a little unneeded history for some razzle dazzle. Another one that says, expunge that man's record. Another one that says, why did they have to call him a former criminal? Everybody's saying the same thing. Let's see if there's something different. Let's see. They're all saying the same thing. It's this one. It says, it's not Houston. It's people from other cities and states coming here starting drama. Houston, not drama. Another one. Going through the comments make me happy for humanity. I'm glad everyone is acknowledging the blatant disrespect.
Hey, I will also agree kind of with what the guy said up there about a lot of the stuff we've been seeing lately. If you haven't noticed, I have, are out of towners coming to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying left, right, blue, red, anything on this. I'm saying we had those boys from Kentucky the other day. We've had a couple of Florida people. We've had some people from out of state and out of country, and both sides of the legality thing as far as citizenship. We've had a rise of people from outside of Houston for whatever coming here and messing up in Houston. I have noticed that trend. And have you been watching license plates? I drive more now because of Lyft and stuff. And I'm seeing a lot more out-of-state license plates going up and down the same routes and things like that than I used to.
Yeah, I'm always looking at license plates.
Dude, I caught the unicorn the other day. I saw a Hawaii license plate.
That's kind of crazy. What did they have their car shipped?
They had to have had their car shipped over, or they had to have had their car shipped over.
Yeah. Let's do this one right quick. You heard about the Pearland mass shooting, right?
The who?
Pearland.
No, I didn't.
Let's play this.
But we begin with the breaking news of the deadly shooting that shocked Pearland. Thank you for joining us. I'm Keith Garvin.
Good evening. I'm Daniela Guzman. Well, these two teenagers have been arrested and charged in the mass shooting that left a 10-year-old little boy dead and 4 others hurt at Kohl's Flea Market in Pearland. And that is where a manhunt is still underway for a third teenager accused of firing his gun. Let's go to KPRC2's Bryce Newberry. He joins us live now with the breaking details from police. Bryce?
Daniela, police have arrested those 2 teenagers because they say they allegedly tampered with evidence and made a false statement to police. But tonight, that 19-year-old is still on the run, and police say he's considered armed and dangerous.
Tonight, 19-year-old David Negrete is one of Texas's top 10 most wanted after a mass shooting that killed a 10-year-old boy, injuring a 37-year-old man and 3 teenagers.
Pearland PD is looking for units to check by for a shooting suspect on the ground. They advise they have several people shot at the flea market.
The shooting happened just after 5:30 Sunday evening at Kohl's Flea Market. Crime scene tape surrounded it after police say an argument between at least 2 people turned into a shootout.
This senseless act of violence, whatever caused it to happen, which we will figure out what caused it to happen, is extremely sad.
3 of the victims have been identified as innocent bystanders, including the 10-year-old who died at the hospital. 18-year-olds Juliana Espino and Cruz Mesa are in jail. charged with tampering with evidence and making a false statement to police. Mesa, in his mugshot wearing what appears to be a sling, got hurt in the shooting, just released from the hospital this afternoon.
Extremely tragic for the city of Pearland, tragic for Cole's Flea Market, tragic for all the families that attend that flea market, tragic for the families that work at that flea market trying to provide a living.
The flea market has been open for more than 5 decades, drawing thousands of people each weekend.
I know there's a lot of livelihoods that are dependent upon that flea market opening again.
But tonight, several lives are forever changed, including the family and friends of the 10-year-old boy senselessly killed in the crossfire.
And that kind of stuff doesn't happen in Pearland, and it's a very sad day.
Police say that 2 teenagers are still in the hospital tonight. One of them who may have actually been involved in the shooting. That's something that they're still looking into. As for the suspected gunman, David Negrete, he is still on the run tonight, charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. But that's a charge that police say could be upgraded as this investigation continues. Tonight, a $15,000 reward is being offered for any information that leads to his arrest. We're live in Pearland. I'm Bryce Newberry, KPRC 2 News.
Can pretty much guarantee they're going to find this guy. They're plastering his face and name all over the place. So, yeah.
So that was a whole lot of non-information there.
Yeah, because it happened a few days ago now. So this is like, you know, they did a bunch of news stories on it already when it happened.
Well, from what I have no idea about the 2 that got arrested, but they didn't pull the trigger. The guy they're looking for pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
They just didn't, you notice there's a whole lot less information than like the Uvalde guy or I'm still going to say it's the trans chick that shot up the church school up there. We're hearing a whole lot less about information about what really is going on. So I'm assuming there's not going to be a manifesto and all of that crazy stuff. That there's no what happened here. But this is a couple of days. All of that may have come out since then.
Yeah, it's been like 5 days, I want to say, since the shooting. It was really big news, and they were covering it like crazy.
Which is weird because I've been watching state news because everybody's been screaming about Israel and all of that stuff. I've been trying to figure out what they're distracting us from.
Yeah,
on a national level.
And I get lost in world news, and I miss a lot of national and local. I completely miss local stuff sometimes.
Anytime both right and the left point at something and say, you need to be paying attention to this,
it's a distraction.
I literally completely ignore it and go looking for what else is going on.
Yeah, whenever you got the right and the left agreeing on something, there's definitely a clue. It's definitely a clue there.
Okay, so did you catch the sideline thing that Russia may be instituting a draft soon?
No, I didn't catch that, but
that's something that's been going on.
Well, they're saying that the Ukraine thing is wrapping up. That's what I've been seeing.
I have a good idea of something that would be really, really cool. Women want equal rights and all of that. So how about we make them register for a draft or not be allowed to get a loan, be free, get a driver's license, go to college or anything like that. I mean, because that's what guys have to do, right? As soon as you turn 18, if you don't register for selective service, you can't go to college. Matter of fact, I don't know if it's changed since then, but when I was 18, if you turned 18 in high school and weren't registered, they could stop you from getting your diploma. You couldn't enroll in college. You can't get any government loan or any kind of government money, including Social Security, including welfare, anything like that, if you're not registered and you're within the age limits. So why don't we do that for girls too?
I mean,
the draft isn't going to happen. We're just doing it because, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I would be on board with that one, but I get your point.
In that case, we should take selective service requirements off, period. If you won't do it for girls, if you won't do it for women, then it's not right to make guys do it.
Okay.
All or none. I mean, again, we don't have to activate or call women up to draft, just like we don't have to activate or call men. But is it not wrong, exclusionary, and sexist to not have both men and women apply? Is it not wrong for men to be excluded from society, from higher education, from government loans, for all of that, for not registering for a draft that supposedly is not going to take place? Just one of those weird questions, maybe even a topic for another day.
Let me look at some headlines right quick related to shootings. So this is AP. It says authorities say they have identified the suspect in the shooting of a hospital security guard. It says authorities say the gunman who was killed after shooting to death a security guard at a New Hampshire psychiatric hospital has been identified. Another headline: Baltimore police fired 36 shots at armed man, body cam records show. It says shooter killed security guard before being fatally shot at New Hampshire. That's the same story, different. Citing ongoing criminal case, UVA further delays release of campus shootings fighting. Oh yeah, I remember that. It says 6 Colorado officers charged with failing to intervene during fatal standoff. I don't remember that one. Another headline, it says police shoot armed woman at Arizona mall and charge her with assault. Police say while responding to a report of a disorderly person at Chandler, Arizona shopping mall, they shot an armed woman. It says Ohio man facing eviction fatally shoots property manager, 2 others before killing himself. Yeah, man, this is something that keeps happening. And I saw one, it was in New York. It was the same type of situation. The man, he had been trying to get these people out of his property. I want to say it was like 2 years. And he ended up going in and shooting. It was 3 people on the property. And he killed them. They took him to jail. He was frustrated with the system because in New York, they have these laws that are crazy, and like, property owners are having a hard time getting tenants out of their property. And the dude was frustrated, losing his house because the people were living there for free. He couldn't get them out. He just went there and killed them. This one, it says, Texas woman convicted of killing pro cyclist Mo Wilson is sentenced to 90 years in prison. Oh yeah, I covered that. I don't really want to read any of these. Let's go back to, it's getting late. Let's try to get some quick stories out so I can have me some reels. Check this out.
You would stay at home on election day?
No. I love American democracy too much that Biden and Trump, if it's a Biden and Trump race, then I would vote for Biden, even if he was dead.
Damn.
No chance I'd stay home.
And I'm a Republican.
Is there any chance you would stay at home on election day?
No. I love American democracy too much that Biden and Trump, if it's a Biden and Trump race, then I would vote for Biden, even if he was dead.
Damn.
No chance I'd stay home.
And I'm a Republican.
Is there any?
That's extra. I'm likely to be staying home on election day. I ain't gonna lie. They got to give me something to vote for instead of something to vote against. So this guy said he'd vote for Biden if he's dead. Wow. And he said he's a Republican. Let's read some comments. It says, that's what's up. I'm a Republican and I'm still voting Trump, even if he's incarcerated. Trump 2024. MAGA. This is clearly a black guy. Streetwalker Keith. Unless it's a fake picture, but I doubt it. Another comment, because it's on D.L. Hughley's page, so it would make sense that it'd be a black guy. Another comment says, man, Trump wasn't racist when he was with Tupac and other celebrities back in the day. Only when he became president, right? Trump 2024. Another one, it says, I am a Democrat, and if it comes down to Biden Trump, I will vote Trump. After what I am seeing, it's clear that this country needs to hit rock bottom so its population wakes up for some change. Biden will keep the empire afloat just enough for people to stay asleep. I think this is a really good comment right here. Like, this makes sense to me, even though it sounds kind of crazy, but this makes sense to me right here because the incremental change, this tokenism, this baby formula feeding you Democrat shit pisses me off, you know, and, you know, I think maybe we need some extreme situations to get people to wake up and get engaged. So maybe Trump will be the answer.
So your idea of a good call is letting the pilot of the plane crash because that's basically what you're saying, man. When you sit there and say, I hope it all crashes, I hope it all falls apart, I hope this person screws it all up, you're saying you want the plane to crash, you want this pilot to fail. You're cheering for the pilot to fail, but the plane is our country.
And I get it. I totally do. And it's
no,
sad
I
for me to feel.
I don't think you do.
It's sad for me to feel this way. It is. And you're right about what you're saying.
Dude, you have a really good, easy life. And you don't realize it. as much as it fucking sucks, as much as the disparity is, as much as this country is screwed around, why don't you take a real good look at the average country and see what their life is like at our percentage of the population?
Yeah, but I don't think the good parts of my life is as a result of Biden and the Democrats
Oh
and
no,
their policies.
no. I think the Democrats have been holding back the darker community more than they've been helping them.
Yeah, so I mean, I get what you're
I
saying.
think that the policies and the taxes and the way that they've done things redirects the money that should be spent on the lowest tier to the middle tier. The
I
ones
just
that are up and coming, the ones that are the people amongst the black community that could be the next millionaires, not the ones that can be the next middle class. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do, I hear you. I just
Because that's
think
what we need. We need the black community to get back together as families, to build families, units, to buy houses, to be a middle class, and not believe that they are relegated or can never rise above and up. I mean, but that's a whole matter of having to understand that the only color that matters anymore in our society is green. That's
agree
all
with
they see all of us as. But as
Money.
long as we're seeing each other as black and white and yellow and purple and green and pink and blue, we're not going to do better as a whole.
I agree with that completely, wholeheartedly. But there's a lot of comments I can make on that. But I just
And we can be
feel
okay and understand there is green and there is everything else. But by understanding that, by accepting that, that gives us the ability to work with the mindset to do better for ourselves because we understand green and everything else.
and we do have to do better for ourselves, and that needs to be the focus. And I think that we need absolutely fundamental structural extreme change. We need like dramatic change, and it's definitely not going to come from the Democrats with their incrementalism. I'm not saying it's going to come from the Republicans either, but with this comment, it's saying if things get worse, if things get
we don't
really
need change,
bad,
we need agreement.
And if we got agreement, then maybe we could get dramatic change.
We don't need dramatic change. We need agreement on where we're at on fundamental issues and where we can go from there. The problem is every 2 years, the fight starts anew on every single issue. Nobody right now is going, hey, these are the issues that we've got going on. Here's where we agree. What do we not agree on? Why don't we get together and work on the stuff we agree on? And maybe that will lead us to understand each other better and how to work towards things that we don't agree on.
Well, and going back to your comments about the seeing the color, if if people didn't feel like their race gave them a privilege or or didn't give them a privilege or whatever, if it didn't matter, then we need to take it off of like job applications and so forth and so on. Why do we have to fill out paperwork and put that on there? Why is
No,
that a thing? If we
you've
want to
heard
make it,
me. I've said that. Absolutely, I have said that. That
just
shouldn't be. Yeah.
just take that off, you know? It's like people say you're making it about race, and it's like, well, it is about race. If you're not willing to take it off of the paperwork,
Truthfully, I think names should be taken off in the first assessment or first or second assessment. I don't think names should be involved until you're calling them into interview.
yeah, and I've been looking for a job and I've been filling out applications, and they ask me what race do you want to, what race are you or whatever. They do have the option on there that says I'd rather not say or something like that, and that's the box I check.
That
whenever I'm filling-
automatically flags you to HR as potentially problematic.
Maybe I don't like that question. That's like, why is that even on there? What does that have to do with anything? So that's what
That
I'm
has to
saying.
do with them being able to take care of their federally mandated responsibilities.
So I have a problem with that. I really do. And so, like I say, the people that say, you're making it about race, but is the same person that's going to be like, and I ask them, well, then what's your ethnicity? Oh, I'm white.
What do you
Well, then
what do
if
you feel
you
about
wanna
age?
you want to claim white, they don't ask, they ask you, are you legal age to work or whatever?
Well, I don't know. Technically, you've got a white parent, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I thought
My
you.
kids,
I wasn't sure.
my kid, like one of my kids do. But like I
Well,
say,
then
the
I
person,
guess she would be able to check white, right? By the same reason that she could check black.
maybe, I don't know, but legally, you know how that goes. So I don't.
Well, no, legally or not, no, there is no legal about it. There is nothing legally, from what I understand, and I might be wrong, and I would love someone to do this just to rip me up and show me so I know where to do my own research from, because I don't even know where to start looking this up. But I don't think that you are legally compelled to put your race on anything other than state or federal identification.
Well, it shouldn't be on there. What's the point? What benefits does it have?
No, identification is legal, state level, federal level identification. I understand that.
I don't agree with it. Because you can still
Because it's
identify.
because it is a descriptor.
Well, I get that. I mean, you describe people by their hair color, their eye color, how much they weigh, maybe you can say skin tone or something. You don't have to put it as a race. You don't need that necessarily to identify
Okay,
someone.
a yellowish brown skin tone. Now, are we talking about a yellow bone, or are we talking about an Asian?
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Well,
even though
I mean the skin tone can be both described the exact same way,
yeah, but
but
even with
it's completely different looks for an identifier.
yeah, so but those are arbitrary because people pass for one or the other anyways. If they didn't identify as whatever it was, you in some cases you wouldn't even know at all. You got black people who pass for white people who pass for black. It happens. I mean, like,
Dude, I know a Mexican guy who speaks multiple dialects of multiple Arabic um languages, and despite the fact he's Mexican, he went in and did recon and infiltration of villages in the sandbox where he was working. I mean, that was his job, and it's like you literally can look at him and you cannot tell that he is hereditarily Mexican because he looks completely freaking Arabic.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. It's not really necessary. It can, if you know, that's what I'm saying. The powers, the people who want to use it, I feel, is because they know that it gives them a certain amount of privilege, or the opposite. So it's like, if there wasn't no privilege or lack of privilege or the opposite of it, like discrimination based on it, then there's no use for it. You get what I'm saying? Just don't use it at all. You say you're making it about race. Okay, let's ixnay the race completely off.
Well, good. That removes indigenous problems. That removes reparation problems. That removes a whole lot of stuff too. I'm awesome.
I'm okay with all of that. I really am. If it gets to the point where, you don't have to identify as a race. Just let's scratch it all and let's start from square one.
Dude, you forget. Right now, we have boys identifying as girls and vice versa. Everybody's trying to find what to identify as. It's not good enough to be I am. Everyone has to hook themselves up with some sort of other smaller box or group so they can get a check mark on their inclusivity check.
And that's how insane this thing has gone. It's gone completely out of control. We can talk about ethnicity, we can talk about culture, we can even talk about nationality or whatever, and that's fine or whatever. But we don't need that race distinction. It's not necessary. But the system that we have completely relies on this. So the idea of getting rid of it is like crazy talk,
Well, I just think it's absolutely funny that now that he has moved over to the United States, that Elon Musk is the richest African American in the world.
Yeah. But I don't think he goes by that.
I get in trouble for saying that too, but I just think if you think about it and the way we're talking about it, is it not true?
It's 100% true, but I doubt that he goes by that distinction. I'm willing to bet on his ID it says white.
It says Caucasian. See, white should be taken off of it because white is not a race. Caucasian is. Just saying.
Yeah. So we can argue those semantics all day, and that's what shows how arbitrary and silly.
That's not semantics, though. Caucasian, Negroid, Mongoloid are the three primary races.
Well, then those should be the only ones that's on there. Then what are all those other distinctions then?
They're all mixes of the others.
I don't disagree with you. I know this stuff, but that's not how it works. That's not the legal distinctions.
Well, remember, there's also Hispanic, South American, and other. Rorschach, stop.
Let me read a couple more comments underneath this one. It says, I'm really voting for Trump now. Another one that says, this page should be called Obsessed with Trump. Another one that says, I can't believe this country is forcing me to choose between Biden and Trump again. God. Another one that says, I don't think we could survive another Trump presidency. We haven't recovered from the damage he did while in office. It was a traumatic 4 years. Another one
What
that
damage
says,
that he did?
yeah,
90% of the damage was from the left cock blocking everything he even tried to do. They spent more time trying to impeach him than they did spending time working on laws and things that would help the freaking country.
And it's people making voting emotionally. We got to remember that Trump was also a backlash from Obama. All of that hate that came as a result of Obama being president and being a black guy. And the other part was the hate against Hillary Clinton, which was warranted, I would say. And I don't like Obama either, but we have to remember that, it was a lot of racial tensions going on, and it caused a backlash, and that's what gave us Trump.
Well, Bernie could not beat him. No chance. But they thought Hillary could. And no, because Hillary is like Kamala. She is just unlikable as a human being.
I think I disagree. I think Sanders would have beat Trump. They didn't give him a chance. They cheated him in the primary. He should have won the primary.
Way too far left. He was way too socialism is the way. He could not have taken he would have lost that 6 to 8% off the top of the Democratic Party that does not think socialism is a good idea.
Yeah, well,
because he's got social programs and things like that. He is socialist.
Well, we'll never get to know if that's true or not. But
well, especially since they basically paid him off with a house.
Well,
I mean, that proved that he's not really very socialist after all.
Well, the way the system works is, the person who runs in the primary and wins gets to run in the general because that person has the strength, to go against the other side. But they didn't allow that process to happen properly in that primary because it was like they wanted to
technically he won. Technically she won because he bowed out.
Yeah, well, like I say, he got screwed on that one, and I think he would have beat Trump. Let me read some more comments. It says, if anyone think Trump would be handling the Israel-Palestine conflict any better, they're kidding themselves. Biden is most definitely playing politics, whereas Trump doesn't even understand the game. I disagree with that. I think that both of them would be playing politics, and we'd be in the same boat, really. Another comment, it says, and this is why Trump really lost. It wasn't the Dems. It was his own party that voted him out. Republicans who never voted Democrat and are going to do the same this time around. People really think we want Biden again? Hell no. America just keeps on giving us the lesser evil candidate. Yeah, I think they're right about the Republicans being the reason that Biden won, but what he says, he said they're going to do the same thing this time around. Nope, I don't think so. I think they're flopping back on the other side this time. It's those same people. They voted for Biden. I mean, they voted for Obama. They voted for Bush. They voted for Obama, and they voted for Biden. It's the same group. And they have the analytics to prove that shit. Another comment, it says, if you don't want blood, hold on, it won't let me scroll. It says, if you don't want blood on your hands, think twice before whom you vote for, because Biden is spending billions to killing men, women, and children. How are you going to explain that to God? Another comment says, we're effed either way. I think that's the best, that's the most accurate comment right there. We're screwed. Another comment that says, Lord knows I'm currently pissed with Biden's handling of the massacre in Gaza, but anyone with a D behind their name against Trump will get my vote. Yeah, there it goes. It's the people, they just vote D or R. They don't even care about the policies or the person or anything. Big D, big R. Let's move on from the politics. This one, controversial $9 billion project to widen I-45 to start. I think I covered this. It says, after years of planning, studying, and designing, followed by public protests and a county lawsuit, the expansion of I-45 through downtown is on the horizon. I'm not looking forward to that. That's going to be
Dude,
a mess.
that's just even a wider freeway to miss my fucking lane on.
Yeah, that's going to be such a huge mess.
Dude, I literally, I'm driving Lyft, I'm driving Uber. When I get sit downtown, they're all like, "Oh, well, that's where you make the money." No, I want my ass out of there. You make money at the airports. No, I want my ass out of there. The dollars are not worth
stress,
the high
headache,
blood pressure,
yeah,
the headache, and the bullshit that goes with it.
Yeah.
You guys go downtown, do that. I'm going to go take the purple bonus zone that's way out and bumfucked.
Yeah, man. It's such a pain. And it's not going to fix the problem. See, they widened I-10. We got the widest freeway in the world now. And half the time it's like a parking lot. It hasn't helped the situation. It's just too many cars. More cars, more cars, more cars. You can widen the freeway.
Well, it's also because by the time that they realize that we need to do this work, get it contracted, get it bonded, get it paid for, get it done, or get it working on and get it done, how big is Katy become in the 10 or 15 years that it has taken from the time that they realized we need to do this to the time they got it done?
I mean, that is
it's tripled in size. So now there's 3 times the amount of traffic on something that they only increased 30 or 40%. Something that was good for the traffic then. But now it's completed, it still is under the amount of the traffic that is going back and forth.
Yeah, and that is true. But if the cars wasn't going out to Katy, they'd be going out to somewhere else. It's like
the trick is, how many of these cars have one people in it? One person.
The problem is the number of cars. The problem is we need a mass transit. That is the answer. Wider freeways is not the answer. It doesn't even matter.
Say, take one of those middle lanes out and put a small train that's got 4 stops on it.
Boom. That's an answer.
Just 4 stops.
That's an answer.
Say 1 mile, 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles.
And you know, when they made the deal for the I-10 freeway, it was supposed to have a train on it. That's the reason why it's so much space in the middle of it. A train was supposed to go through there. But somehow, once everything was said and done, that part of it got scrapped. Wasted space. We ain't never gonna learn. We keep making the same mistakes. Really, really sad. I think I covered all of this.
That's okay. I think it's funny how I've noticed when I was shopping cars and everything, the big electric vehicle, your average gas tank and everything, it's all between 350 to 400 miles. A tank of gas will get you that far. One charge will get you that far. I just thought that was real interesting as I was doing my, mileage conversions in math when I was shopping cars. It seems like 400 miles is the area that they want to try to keep us in the future.
We didn't really talk about the censorship of Rashida Tlaib and how it's like the conservatives are all about free speech until it's somebody talking about something that they don't agree with. And we touched on it, but let's go ahead and thoroughly talk about this. And we'll end the show on that. Because, I mean, if you standing on the principle of free speech,
she got censured for saying stuff, and here's where you got to understand. Our senators, our representatives, our president, they don't really have free speech.
Well,
they can say opinions and things like that, but there's a certain amount of decorum, there's a certain amount of reasonability that they should all be held for. A higher level of standard.
Yeah, well, somebody made the comment that made sense. It's like you can say what you want, but it doesn't mean somebody's not going to punch you in the face, But that's what it is. There's repercussions for what you say, but the free speech should be there. You know what I mean? Taking away that fundamental constitutional right.
You got to realize the left is the one that also says speech is violence.
And that's why this is weird to me, because yes, I expect the left to be one to cancel somebody, wants to censor somebody, wants to say, we can't listen to them or whatever, because they're whoever. We disagree with them, so we don't want to hear what they have to say. Let's censor them. Let's cancel them. But I don't expect that from conservatives. If they're standing on the principle of free speech, then they need to stand on that, regardless of who's talking. But it seems like things have changed now.
But is it a censure of someone who is speaking out from how am I trying to do this? Is it personal or professional speech that they are censoring for?
I don't think that matters.
I think it does very much.
Free speech is free speech. I mean, whether it's personal or professional. Now, if you're at your job, you're at work, there's certain things that you can't say at work because it's inappropriate. You're in a
and if she uses her free speech to undermine other people at the job, and her job just happens to be Congress and Senate.
And she wasn't at work when she posted some stuff on social media. That's what it was. That's in her personal space. That's not at work.
Was it her personal space, or was it her at Gov at Senator space?
I think it was her Twitter.
Was it her personal or professional? Was she representing her own free speech, or was she speaking as the dignitary that she was elected to be?
No, I think it was her personal Twitter with her name. It wasn't no
Like I say, here we are going. I think, I don't know.
I mean, we
I'm
could
just
pull it up.
saying. Personally, there's a distinction between the two for me.
We can pull it up, but I don't think that that's what it was, and I don't think it matters. You know, free speech is free.
I think
speech.
it absolutely matters.
Let me play this clip right here.
That actions have
I
consequences.
thinking she
And I
has
believe that
free
after a
speech
long
like
string of anti-Semitic
everybody
remarks,
when it's her. But when she's speaking as Senator so-and-so and starts speaking her personal beliefs, she's not speaking for herself. She's speaking for herself and all her constituents. That is a professional forum. That is not the place for her to go ranting about her personal views.
Well, she can't clock out as senator. You know what I mean? She's the senator.
But are you
everywhere she
on?
goes.
Are you as the person, or are you using your title to broadcast your message? Like I said, if I became a congressman, if I put it on Doc Weird page, that's freedom of speech. If I put it on Senator Doc Weird, I should be held to a higher level of responsibility for that. That is not really free speech. That is my professional forum. That is where I should be proper, and I should be held to, like I said, it's a higher standard. So if she put it on her page, then they've got no business censoring her for it. If it was put on her, representative page, then there's a reasonable understanding that her job and people in her profession censor her for it. Censure for her for it. Not censor.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to find it right now, but I'm pretty sure it was a tweet from her Twitter. It would be the same Twitter that she would post from after or before she was a senator.
Well, like I say, there's Cori Bush and there's Representative Cori Bush. To me, like I said, AOC.itsme and Rep AOC, I take in two entirely different mindsets. Because one is her and what she has to think and is her personal views. The other are her views and what she thinks professionally and things like that. And there is a difference between the two. Just like I can watch an actor that's done or said some fucked up shit and separate the part that they've done and the art from the artist. He's a piece of crap, but he did a good movie.
Let me play this clip, and I'm gonna look for it while this is playing.
To look like a normal tourist visit. It's not surprising because this is the place where our Black and brown staff members repeatedly speak of experiencing racism and sexism, Islamophobia, get pushed off at elevators, xenophobia, and more right here in this workplace. This is the place. And let me say this: she mourns for the 1,400 Israelis.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
She mourns for the 10,000, and she will not stop. No
gentlelady's
more.
time
no
has expired.
More lies. Ceasefire now, and she takes the death threats that you all send that
The gentlelady is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland.
To her, the desire to save lives is greater.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
That's what I said.
I believe that actions have consequences, and I believe that after a long string of anti-Semitic remarks and hate-filled rhetoric, censure is an appropriate consequence for the gentlelady from Michigan.
Gentleman's
Never
time has
again.
expired.
Damn it means never again.
It's outrageous that my colleagues are blatantly attempting to silence the only Palestinian American representative right here. It's outrageous, but it's not surprising. And let me tell you, it's not surprising because this place is where 1,700 members of Congress, this elected body, enslaved Black people. It's not surprising because they thought it was right. It's not surprising because this is a place where members continue to claim that the insurrection on the Capitol just appeared to look like a normal tourist visit. It's not surprising because this is the place where our Black and brown staff members repeatedly speak of experiencing racism and sexism, Islamophobia, get pushed off at elevators, xenophobia, and more right here in this workplace. This is the place. And let me say this. She mourns for the 1,400 Israelis that lost their lives. She mourns for the 10,000, and she will not.
Go ahead, comments. I'm searching for this, but it's so many articles.
I'm going to flat out say, according to Robert's Rules of Order, which is the rules of order are what is done on this, she is out of bounds. She kept talking for almost 2 minutes, screaming, after she was like, her time was over. Not much a big fan of this guy. He kept these guys are going back and forth all this, but I just she literally called out previous members of this Congress owned slaves, and it's treated. I'm like, okay, this is one of those. It's like, you are so obsessed with racism, you're going to see it everywhere, no matter what. You can't help the cause if all you're doing is continuously ripping scabs off of wounds and re-injuring the subject. There will never be progress on racism with that kind of mentality or that kind of aggression. I mean, she literally sat there and called over 200 years of racism is the problem now. And, people, now I don't know what the workplace is there. I don't know about, I've never, ever in my life worked in a mixed race environment where people of races got shoved off of elevators and shit like that. I really have not seen or heard of that. I mean, the worst I've seen in corporate workplace was when I was being called in for sexism, and then they realized I was just Southern. Because I used the word thank you, darling, a couple of times. And I didn't even use the hard G.
Yeah. Let me read this. It says the House passed GOP-led resolution on Tuesday to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib over comments critical of Israel and in support of Palestinians amid Israel's war against Hamas. Tlaib has defended herself against the censure attempts, arguing they are an effort to silence her. And 22 Democrats voted yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's something that people don't. There's actually in the House she was censored in is a Democratic majority. And she got censored because, dude, she said some harsh shit.
Yeah, but that's
now personally, my problem is all of this public's right to know, C-SPAN, all this shit, if we saw less about what was going on there and trying to call everybody out for everything that they say, mistakes that they make, or it's like, yeah, really? They could have just sit there and said, okay, yeah, that's some hateful shit. We're gonna not worry about that and go about things. But they can't do that. You can't do that now. I mean,
Yeah, but like I say, are we supporting free speech or not? Like, that's pretty damn simple.
no, it is not simple in this case. Like I said, was it said in the professional environment or was it said outside of the professional environment? The professional environment here is our Congress. It is the place where people make laws and stuff like that. That's not necessarily free speech. Absolute consequences for that. If she said it on Twitter on her own account, who cares?
I'm pretty sure
She
that's
said
what it
that
was.
as that representative. She said, this is the opinion of the people that voted for me.
No, I'm pretty sure
I
it
am
was on her
speaking.
personal.
She is not speaking for herself. She is speaking, when she is speaking in that capacity, she is speaking for the people that voted her in.
I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
that
it
is
was on
that
her
is
personal Twitter. Pretty sure. I can't find it, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Let's play this.
But Palestinian people are not disposable.
these people think they're our fucking leaders and they need a lesson.
We are human beings, just like anyone else. My city, my grandmother, like all Palestinians, just wants to live her life with freedom and human dignity we all deserve. Speaking up to save lives, Mr. Chair, no matter faith, no matter ethnicity, should not be controversial in this chamber. The cries of the Palestinian and Israeli children sound no different to me. Why? What I don't understand is why the cries of Palestinians sound different to you all. I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable.
Joyanne Reed posted this clip. It says, I have to say, what has deeply shocked me in this awful period filled with so much death and destruction is how indifferent so many are to the suffering of Palestinians, even children. Meanwhile, so many who are calling for peace and scrutiny for all children, Palestinian and Israel. But the coldness and indifference of some has been instructive and sobering. Some of y'all literally don't care how many Palestinians died, so long as vengeance is meted out. Very much like what many Americans wanted after 9/11. As a member of a race who has been similarly dehumanized, that hits hard. Palestinian people are not disposable. We are human beings. Tearful Representative Rashida Tlaib defended herself before Congress on Tuesday as the House GOP majority advanced a resolution to censure the Michigan representative for recent remarks on Israel-Gaza conflict. I have some more of these. I watched that whole thing because Pat sent it in the chat. It was on Forbes. Can't remember. They showed the whole thing, and I watched it, the whole thing, because I was just appalled at conservative after conservative getting up there and saying, you know, yes, I care about free speech, but we need to censor her because her words are too extreme. And I'm like, I don't know how you can say that with a straight face, because that's the opposite of what freedom of speech is. The whole point is people that say things that you don't agree with still have that fundamental constitutional right to say those things.
Yes, like repeating a Hamas war cry that is about the literal abolishment of the Israeli country of Israel. You do understand that from the river to the sea means the eradication of all Jews in Israel, right? You do understand that.
I don't think that that's what that's saying. I really don't.
That is absolutely what that's saying. That is what that is the Hamas from the river. Take a look at the boundaries from the river to the sea includes the eradication of Israel. It has always been what that's about. This is what you're not considering about Hamas and about the stuff going on. That's why I keep telling people we should stay the fuck out of it, because we don't understand it.
So, but even if that is true, the fundamental
she
right
is
to
repeating. That's like me getting banned for the motherfucker that put the ISIS flag on my on my Facebook. She is ignorantly repeating literally a chant that is the same as death to it's the exact same thing as the Nazis were doing toward death to the Jews. That's literally what it says.
But even if that's the case, we don't get to pick and choose when we are allowing free speech.
Free speech is about not inciting direct violence. That is about directly inciting more genocide. The answer to the genocide is genocide. She's doing it. If she wasn't, it's the forum. It's not the statement. And I'm sorry if she went on and Twitter and all of that bit. If she said that not where she was, I would get it. I'd be okay. I would defend her. But when she's talking from the river to the sea while she's on the floor of the Congress, she's saying, as a representative, I support the wiping of Israel off of the map, of it no longer being there.
She didn't say that on the floor of Congress.
Yes, she did.
Let me play this.
That's part of why she's being censored, is saying shit like that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is glaring hypocrisy when
4 Republicans voted
Republicans
against her.
on the other side of the aisle trying to create definitions and say Rashida wants to annihilate people, when Max Miller himself went on TV and said we're turning Gaza into a parking lot and we want to annihilate Palestinians. Nobody condemned him on that side of the aisle. What is true here is that every single one of them has not acknowledged the fact that Palestinians are dying in the tens of thousands, but will continue to say it is us who are not acknowledging humanity. Rashida will stand strong.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Movement will continue for liberation until every
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Has the right to
Gentleman from Maryland
liberty.
is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is glaring hypocrisy when you have Republicans on the other side of the aisle trying to create definitions and say Rashida wants to annihilate people, when Max Miller himself went on TV and said we're turning Gaza into a parking lot and we want to annihilate Palestinians, nobody condemned him on that side of the aisle. What is true here is that every single one of them has not acknowledged the
Why
fact
do
that
you play
Palestinians
these
are dying in the
ranting
tens
things
of
2 or 3
thousands,
times?
but will continue to say
Did I
it
play
is
this
us
already?
who are not acknowledging
Dude, this is the
humanity.
second or
Rashida
third
will
loop of
stand
it.
strong,
Gentlelady's time
And
has
I'm sorry,
expired.
I already don't like this
continue
woman.
for liberation until every single
Gentlelady's time has
Palestinian
expired.
has
I'm searching at the same time while I'm doing this because it's
Yeah,
so
I
many.
already think this woman should have been kicked out of Congress. Not because of her views, but because plenty of other reasons that have been proven, that have been looked over because she is who she is. And to question her in any way is to be anti whatever ich agist ist that you are to question her.
I really wanted to hear. I think it's right here. Let me see. Let's play this.
A terrorist group responsible for the largest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Representative Tlaib has levied unbelievable falsehoods about our greatest ally, Israel, and the attack on October 7th. Recently, she even falsely blamed them for bombing the Al Ali Arab Hospital, which all our current intelligence shows that Israel was not responsible. As stated in my resolution on November 3rd, I have images of 3 builder police and grew up in Dunwoody, Georgia, who was killed by a Palestinian assailant. For the safety and security of our nation, we must continue to support Israel, a nation fighting for democracy, decency, and Western values. Representative Tlaib has undermined U.S. interests with their statements and must be censured. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have images of 3 politicians in my office: Abraham Lincoln, Robert F. Kennedy, and Samuel F. Bellman, who was the first Jewish person ever elected to the Minnesota legislature, a great champion of civil rights and civil liberties in the Constitution and of the creation of the State of Israel, the Jewish democratic state, in 1948. And he was my grandfather. He was elected at a time of terrible anti-Semitism, not unlike today. Minneapolis was actually called the anti-Semitism capital of America. And my grandpa told me a story I'll never forget. The Democratic Farm Labor Party and Republican caucuses both had their annual retreats at a country club that did not allow Jews or blacks to enter. My grandfather complained privately to the speaker about the fact he wouldn't be able to go to his own retreat, and the speaker apologized but said that it was a tradition. So my grandfather, the only Jewish person in the chamber, spoke on the floor about anti-Semitism, and he was booed and jeered at, and members left as he tried to speak. When the minority leader asked me to manage our time today, I thought about my grandfather and how he must have felt on that day. So I rise here not in spite of the fact that I am a Jewish American who supports the Constitution and the Jewish democratic state and hates all the anti-Semitic tyrants and terrorists of the world, from Putin in Russia and Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia to Hezbollah and Hamas. I am here because of these things and because of everything that I believe in and stand for. At this moment, when democracy is under siege all over the world, America must stand tall for the Constitution of the United States. And this resolution is about one thing and one thing only: the punishment of speech. So we have the chance to show the world what the American Constitution means and how we hold fast to our core principles, even when we're drawn away from them by our passions and our righteous anger. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. In the very heart of it is our First Amendment, which protects every citizen's freedom of speech and says Congress shall make no law abridging it. The freedom to speak includes the freedom to disagree, the right to think radically differently from the majority about important things, or else it is no freedom at all. It's easy to defend freedom of speech for people when you agree with them. The test for each member today is whether you can defend freedom of speech for people when you most fundamentally and vehemently disagree.
That is the point right there. And this is coming from a Jewish person, you know?
It doesn't matter. Okay, dude, we can't sit here and talk about race doesn't matter and say that it comes from a Jewish person, but yes, that he's right about that.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. You know, regardless of agreeing with her or not, you know, and the conservatives are all together on this. Why in this particular situation are they championing, you know, censoring someone, you know, taking away their ability to have their fundamental right of freedom of speech? I don't understand it. It doesn't.
No, I don't. No, whoa. What is your definition? What is going on here? What do you think they're doing?
Well, I understand that this is just the censure is really like, it's really just a formality. I understand that. You know,
They're not stopping her from speaking. They're telling her what you said was unprofessional. It didn't belong in this forum. That's what a censure means. They're not stopping her from talking. They're just telling her wrong shit, wrong time.
That's still
No.
I expect that from the left. I don't expect that. I expect that from the liberals. I don't expect that from the conservatives. That's the point.
Then the 22 Democrats that didn't vote lockstep against the other 184 would feel the same way, right?
I don't get what you're saying. I expect them
I'm
to do it.
saying 4 Republicans voted no, 22 voted yes, the majority said yes. It was the Democrats that put them over.
Yes. And I expect the Democrats to want to cancel someone.
Simply, what is the canceling?
That's basically what this is, right?
No. Dude, this is a write-up at work. That's all this is. It's a write-up. They've done it to Ilhan Omar twice. Now, if it was an impeachment or something like that, that's different.
Let me play a little more of his comments.
With them. The First Amendment is like an apple, and everybody wants to take just one little bite out of it. Left-wing speech, right-wing speech, sexist speech, feminist speech, homophobic speech, pro-LGBTQ speech, anti-war speech, pro-war speech, religious speech, sacrilegious speech. Everybody just wants one bite out of the apple. But you know what? At the end of the day, once everybody's taken his or her bite, you know what's left? Nothing. There's nothing left. If you want to save the apple, you have to learn to tolerate not just the speech you love the most, but the speech you hate the most. Now, like the First Amendment, the speech or debate clause embodies this central value in the proceedings of this body. It states that members of Congress shall in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses and in going to and from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. In the 2.5 century history of this great chamber, members have been overwhelmingly censured for their actions, not for their speech. Actions like participating in the violent assault against Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, assaulting Representative Josiah Grinnell of Iowa with a cane, selling military academy appointments, taking bribes, engaging in mail fraud and payroll fraud, improper spending of campaign funds, embezzling congressional money, engaging in sexual misconduct with a House page. Do you see the difference? It's not what they said, it's what they did. And I can find only 3 categories of cases where speech is the sum and substance of the charge, and all are exceptions that have been ratified by the Supreme Court. 1, violent threats against other members of this body, which, as the court has found as recently as April, are not protected by the First Amendment. 2, fighting words, the use of unparliamentary or aggressively insulting language on the House floor that constitute a direct affront to another member. And the Supreme Court has said that fighting words are not protected. 3, speech advocating or promoting treason, secession, or insurrection, all of them outside of the First Amendment because of numerous provisions in our Constitution condemning and opposing insurrection. That's it. Violent threats against other members, fighting words on the floor, speech inciting insurrection. The resolution offered against the gentlewoman from Michigan is all about censuring her for her political speech, and literally nothing else. No actions, no conduct is being alleged or punished. The entire motion is about her speech and how much we hate it and how wrong we think it is. And all of that is fine for all of us to express individually on the floor, in the media, on the social media. And I have said to Ms. Tlaib myself that the phrase "from the river to the sea" is abhorrent to me, even with her published explanation of what she means by it, which is very different from what Hamas says about it and uses it. But I would never think of punishing her or disciplining her because we disagree about that. But the resolution proposes to condemn her for quoting this objectionable phrase in her video, a video which is indisputably protected speech under the First Amendment. Unlike the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, whose proposed expulsion by...
Okay, it was a video, not a tweet.
Members of the majority was rejected by a commanding bipartisan majority last week because he's not been convicted of either the criminal or ethics charges outstanding against him. Ms. Tlaib has been criminally charged with nothing. She's been civilly sued for nothing, and she has no ethics charges outstanding before the ethics committee in any way. And it's easy to see why. She cannot face criminal punishment or civil liability for her speech because the United States of America, we don't punish people for their political ideas, no matter how wrong-headed or offensive we think they are. And the majority might think they are, or it might not, but in any event, it doesn't make any difference. She won re-election with 71% of the vote in Michigan's 12th district, and if anyone's going to punish her for her political ideas or performance, it must be the people of her own district who sent her here to represent them. Mr. Speaker, the disciplinary process should never be used to punish the political speech or viewpoints of a member of this chamber just because the majority disagrees. The punishment of political viewpoints will mean that members will be censured just for being in the minority rather than in the majority. And that will come to stifle our dialogue and haunt all of our work.
Yep, I think that's the point. And them getting caught up on this. Meanwhile, it's stuff that could be getting done instead of them focusing on this and not getting nothing done. They're just arguing about saying that somebody can't talk about whatever the hell. Let's play just a little clip of them explaining the whole thing. 49 seconds.
Meanwhile, the House voted yesterday to censure Democratic Congressman Rashida Tlaib over her remarks related to the Israel-Hamas war. 22 Democrats joined Republicans to formally rebuke the only Palestinian American in Congress. The resolution accuses her of promoting false narratives surrounding Hamas's attack on Israel. It also cites her use of the phrase "from the river to the sea," which is regarded as a call for the eradication of Israel as a Jewish state. She has defended that phrase, saying it is an aspirational call for freedom, not death or destruction for Jewish people.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't
So her intention wasn't to say the eradication of Jewish people. And I think that it's not fair for them to
I think that is. I'm sorry. That is an attempt to change the narrative or not apologize for using a phrase that's exactly what it means. I'm sorry. I have heard that phrase going back for a long, long time, and it has always meant the eradication of Israel, the Jewish state in charge of Israel. Everyone's going, oh, it doesn't mean that now. It doesn't mean that now. Bullshit. I mean, sorry. This is one of the ones where they're going to rephrase history and redefine it, but I'm not going to let there be a Mandela effect. That is always what that phrase has meant. I'm sorry. I started learning about this shit when I was what grade was I in? 8th grade? 9th grade? And not from school and all that, but from people from both countries. And yeah, no, that's what that phrase means. Now, she may not have understood that, but if she was not raised in Palestine, if she came over here very, very young, she may not understand that. But yeah, no, that's what I'm sorry. I'm trying to find an equal phrase that I could say to explain it, but I really can't.
Yeah. Let me read a little bit of this. It says Rashida Tlaib's Holocaust comments are wrong, but so are her critics. Today's talker. This is on USA Today. It doesn't say who the author is. May 15th, 2019. What? How could that be? It says it's not acceptable for elected leaders to weaponize comments about Jews or the Holocaust for political gain. We must end the blame game. It says Representative Rashida Tlaib, Democrat Michigan, is defending herself against charges of anti-Semitism this week after she made controversial comments about the Holocaust and the human rights situation. So this is old.
So are we seeing a pattern here?
She made comments on a podcast for this one. Yeah, I'm not going to read it since it's old. Anyways, that's probably why I'm delirious. That's why I'm clicking on the wrong ass articles and shit.
No, dude. You got to understand. It also shows her pattern of being anti-Semitic, anti-Israel. It's a valid piece of information. It shows proof that this is a pattern of behavior.
She's the only Palestinian representative in political office. She has a grandma.
That makes her basically being the KKK of the Middle East. Okay. No, that's a bad way of saying that. So it makes her racism and hatred okay.
No, no. It's saying that her perspective is represented as a result of her background, where she comes from, being a Palestinian herself.
Okay, so that means if someone's background is someone that comes from racism and then it's okay for them to be racist.
I don't agree with the framing that is saying that she's being anti-Israel at all.
I do, because she says from the river to the sea, which is absolutely 100% for 30 years been about the destruction of Israel as a Jewish state.
She's advocating for the rights of the Palestinians. You know, what about a Palestinian state? That's not even part of the argument here. Talking about,
that's not a question that's been asked. The question and the point being, she is chanting literally a war cry from a group whose total 100% in their charter is the destruction of the Jewish state of Israel, of it being a one Muslim nation.
well, the issue is the same land that is Israel is the same land that is Palestine. So
and Jordan's got a little piece of that too. And kind of Egypt does in a way as well as 7 to 13 different other groups of people do. So when are we going to draw the line? When are we just going to decide? When are you going to decide? Okay, well, it's theirs because it was that at that point in time. Or it was theirs because it was that point. Oh, well, they have the first claim to it. Actually, all of the Abraham religions have claim to it.
Yeah, so, but the news is like Israel has a right to exist. Well, does Palestine have a right to exist? I think that's what she's advocating for when she says what she says.
Well, let's see. Are we talking about Palestine or are we talking about Hamas? Because Hamas is the problem right now. The terrorist organization that they voted to be in charge of Palestine, who recently basically attacked what is the equivalent of the Burning Man festival, and then dragged bodies, raped women, and dragged bodies through the street and shit like that, which is what started this whole thing.
Well, Hamas is not the Palestinian people.
No, it is not. It is just what is in charge of their government and the leader of the Palestinian encampment and area, because they voted them in. If you remember, we talked about that on the show, and I said this shit was going to fucking happen.
Yeah. I'm going to have to wrap it. It's 5 a.m. and I got to go to work tomorrow. I have to figure out a way to go to sleep. So yeah, what sucks about these topics like this one is everyone's already got their mind made up, and it's like no matter what information is presented, people aren't gonna, see it any other way than they've already preconceived. And I was just making the argument that it's crazy to me to hear the conservatives stepping on free speech when they're all like, they want free speech. They're choosing to.
What free speech did they block? What free speech have they countered in this censuring her, of telling her bad girl?
Oh, I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. Is
No,
saying you can't
I'm trying
say.
to figure out why you're all up in arms about it again when there's a whole bunch of other shit going on to pay attention to. You're worried about her getting spanked for talking some hateful shit while you're doing 20 dances around the fucking pole trying to explain why it's not hateful shit when I just explained to you why it is and has been for 30 fucking years.
Because I'm saying, even if you feel that way, even if it's seen as that, saying that you can't say that is going against free speech.
Who said she can't say it? They're saying she was wrong for saying it in the arena that she did.
That's the whole thing that they're saying. You can't say that. If you're saying you can't say that, then you're saying.
So you could
I don't care about free
completely go after and destroy someone's job, business, and all of that for saying people are peeing in the wrong fucking bathroom. But it's not okay to tell someone that it was a bad idea to say, yay, Palestine, destroy the Israeli state?
Peeing in the bathroom is an action. The saying words is
And
saying
the
words.
total eradication of the Jewish state of Israel is not an action.
It's words. It's not something that's happened.
That is what that call is. That is what she was advocating for. I'm sorry, if that is not a phrase that incites toward violence, then what the hell is anyone putting Trump up for? How did he incite violence on January 6th with anything that he said? Because there wasn't anything close to that. Yeah. This is a war cry, dude. This is a battle cry, man. It's not just random words thrown together to elucidate a certain idea in the current day and state. And she knows that because she's from there. She knows that. If I know that, she knows that. She knows exactly what she was saying.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get
just
out of
saying.
Here. I gotta get out of here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I'm gonna try to get some sleep.
Hey, man, vitamin C, a lot of liquids.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I feel, even though I sound like shit, I feel a lot better.
Yeah, you don't look bad. You sound like you got a little congestion kicking.
Yeah, it's still in my throat. And it's because I'm spitting that shit up.
You got the vid, man. You got the hokey pokey.
Yeah, man. All right, man. Let me get out of here.
You need another booster, man.
And I didn't take none of them shots. I ain't taking none.
Hey, 9 isn't enough.
They didn't give me with one, not one.
Wait, though. Remember, he just commissioned researching for them to get a new one that actually works.
Yeah, this one actually
remember,
works.
You played the video. He actually said that out loud.
Yeah, this one actually works. Yeah.
No, one that actually works. He didn't say this one works.
Yeah.
He said he wants to commission one that does.
Yeah. All right, man. Let me get out of here. It was good talking to you, bro. I got to get out.
All right, man.
Peace.
Peace. Love.